સંસ્થાના પ્રમુખ શ્રી રાજેન્દ્રભાઈ શાહ સાહેબને વિનંતી કરીશ કે પોતાનું સ્થાન ગ્રહણ કરે. સંસ્થાના સેક્રેટરી શ્રી રોહિતભાઈ શાહ સાહેબ અને વાઇસ ઓફ એસએપીના એડવાઇઝર શ્રી રોહિતભાઈ શાહ સાહેબને વિનંતી કરીશ કે એ પણ પોતાનું સ્થાન ગ્રહણ કરે. સંસ્થાના જનરલ સેક્રેટરી શ્રી ડૉક્ટર ભૂષણ પુનાણી સાહેબને વિનંતી કે એ પણ પોતાનું સ્થાન ગ્રહણ કરે. અને એનએબી ગુજરાત રાજ્ય શાખાના જનરલ સેક્રેટરી શ્રી તારકભાઈ લુહાર સાહેબને વિનંતી કરીશ કે એ પોતાનું સ્થાન ગ્રહણ કરે. આ આજનો આ જે કાર્યક્રમ જે છે એ અંધજન મંડળ અમદાવાદ દ્વારા ત્રીજી વખત યોજાનારો આ કેપેસિટી બિલ્ડિંગ વર્કશોપ છે. પ્રથમ જે વર્કશોપ કર્યો હતો તેમાં 60 સંસ્થાઓના પ્રતિનિધિઓએ ભાગ લીધો હતો. ઇંગ્લિશ ઓકે. So this is the third time we are going to organize the capacity building workshop, and in the first time we had 60 participants who participated in the first workshop. In the second workshop there were 85 representatives from different organizations from Gujarat, and we are very glad to inform you that in the third time, this is the today's workshop, we got the registration of 170 organizations. So we are so happy and we are so enthusiastic because of your supports and love and enthusiastic participation that motivate us to organize such workshop. And this is the demand, today's demand, because the laws are changing, the rules are changing, and there are plenty of opportunities for the fundraising also with the amendments in law, in CSR, in FCRA. So how we can equip our organization, how we can equip our skills and knowledge so we can tap these opportunities. So to begin this inaugural function, I request our children who are children with deaf blindness and their teachers to begin a prayer so we can start the good function.
तुम्ही हो माता पिता, तुम्ही हो बंधु सखा, तुम्ही हो साथी, तुम्ही सहारे, कोई न अपना सिवा तुम्हारे। तुम्ही हो साथी, तुम्ही सहारे, कोई न अपना सिवा तुम्हारे। तुम्ही हो नैया, तुम्ही खेवैया, तुम्ही हो बंधु सखा, तुम्ही हो। जो कल खिलेंगे वो फूल हम हैं, तुम्हारे चरणों की धूल हम हैं। जो कल खिलेंगे वो फूल हम हैं, तुम्हारे चरणों की धूल हम हैं। दया की दृष्टि सदा ही रखना, तुम्ही हो बंधु सखा, तुम्ही हो माता पिता, तुम्ही हो बंधु सखा, तुम्ही हो।
Thank you so much. And prayer has no language. Prayer understand only the connecting the universe and the gods. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to lighting the lamp and open the workshop. all other the distinguished speakers also please join us. So we have Sri Kaushik Bhai Patel, sir. We have Sri Dinal Bhai Shah, sir. We have Dr. Hafiz Dalal. We also have Aditi Madam from Standard Chartered. Thank you so much. We have half day and we have number of interesting topics to discuss. So and we have extremely knowledgeable, experienced speakers we have today, and we are so blessed to have them. So I request Sri Rohit Bhai Shah, Secretary of Blind People Association and advisor of Voice of SAP, to formally welcome our guests and speakers.
પ્રમુખશ્રી અને મિત્રો, અંજન મંડળના 75 વર્ષ અને આપણા માનનીય વડાપ્રધાનના પણ 75 વર્ષ પૂરા થયા છે અને એની ઉજવણીના ભાગરૂપે આજે આપણે કેપેસિટી બિલ્ડિંગ ઓફ NGOના ત્રીજા વર્કશોપમાં ભેગા થયા છીએ. અંજન મંડળ પોતે પોતાનો સર્વ વહીવટ પારદર્શી અને કાયદાના પરિપ્રેક્ષમાં રહીને કરે છે. અંજન મંડળ માને છે કે રાજ્યના અન્ય NGO પણ કાયદાનું સાચું અર્થઘટન સમજી પોતાનું કાર્ય કરે. દેશના એક સૌથી મોટા દિવ્યાંગો માટેના કાર્ય કરતા NGO અંજન મંડળ બીજા NGOને મદદરૂપ અને માર્ગદર્શક બનીને આજના વર્કશોપ માટેના મદદ બનીને તેઓ આશય અમારો છે કે બીજા NGO પણ આ કાર્યમાં સુશિત રહે અને પોતે કાયદાની જાણ લઈ અને પોતાના મંડળો પણ અને પોતાના NGO પણ સારી રીતે વિકાસ પામે અને એમની કાર્યપદ્ધતિ સરળ રહે. આજના વર્કશોપ માટેના વિષયો માટેના નામાંકિત અભ્યાસુ વક્તાઓ આપણે મેળવી શક્યા છીએ એ આપણો આનંદ છે. આપ સૌને હું આવકારું છું. સાથે સાથે આજના જે વક્તાઓ છે તેમને ખાસ મારું સ્વાગત કરું છું. એમનું મિસ્ટર KR ચૌધરી, રિટાયર્ડ જોઈન્ટ ચેરિટી કમિશનર, અમદાવાદ ગુજરાત સ્ટેટ, તેમનું હું ખાસ સ્વાગત કરું છું. છેલ્લી ઘડીએ પણ એમને દોડાવ્યા છે બદલ માફી માગું છું, પણ આવ્યા છે એનું અમને ગૌરવ છે. એડિશનલ CIT IRS ઇન્કમ ટેક્સ શ્રી અતુલ પાંડે આવ્યા છે, તેમનું પણ સ્વાગત કરું છું. સાથે સાથે આજે જે વક્તાઓ આપણને નામાંકિત મળ્યા છે તેમાં શ્રી કૌશિકભાઈ પટેલ, ચાર્ટર્ડ એકાઉન્ટન્ટ, મનુભાઈ શાહ એન્ડ કંપનીના, શ્રી દિનલ એ શાહ, એ પણ ચાર્ટર્ડ એકાઉન્ટન્ટ અને એ તો વર્ષોથી સાથ આપે જ છે, હાફિઝ દલાલ, મિસ્ટર વિજય મુલાની, ડૉક્ટર સંજીવ પાત્રા, આ સર્વને હું આવકારું છું અને તેમનું હૃદયથી સ્વાગત કરું છું. આજે ખાસ આ કાર્યક્રમ એટલો લાંબો છે અને તમને ભોજનમાં તકલીફ ન પડે એટલા માટે આ ટૂંકાવીને આપનું સ્વાગત કરું છું. પણ દિલ અમારું એટલું મોટું છે કે આપને આ ટૂંકા આ સ્વાગતમાં પણ આપ એક વિશાળ ગહન સ્વાગત સમજશો એવી મારી અપેક્ષા છે. થેન્ક યુ.
Thank you so much, Rohit sir. There is one small announcement. Is there any person having a hearing impairment? So we have the sign language interpreter is available. So on request, please let us know so we can arrange the sign language interpretation. Or secondly, which language all we are preferred? Hindi, English, Gujarati. So English. Okay. Okay. So when someone asks me about the statutory compliance, how is it looks like? Then I said it's like a matchmaking. Because when we go for the marriage, we ask the Janmakshar matching. Similarly, now the corporate worlds in the CSR, they ask all the statutory compliance and due diligence checks. If the track record is good, NGOs are selected. If not, they are put on the hold. So what is the statutory requirements today's demand? Why it is required? And we must all understand, in the era of digitalization, artificial intelligence, the information access is very easily. So how we can improve our organizations on statutory requirements and compliances? I request Dr. Bhushan Punani, General Secretary, to highlight the need of statutory compliance and how we can improve our organizations based on that.
Good morning. There cannot be anything more exciting than seeing so many people from NGOs to come for something called capacity building. Actually, we are given the name capacity building. Basically, the target is to share with you by having expert panel, the people who are best in the country, what are the compliances which are mandatory. Before that, you all will be, as you know, we had the 75th birthday of Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji. His all achievements have been highlighted in the media everywhere. But some achievements which he has done for the disability sector, for development sector, have not found that place. First of all, we are very honored that he has been very fond of our organization. And it's a matter of great privilege that we have a beautiful campus at Bhuj, KCRC. The foundation was led by Honorable Prime Minister. He also met our students, spent considerable time with them. He also gave award to our teachers. And the 4th January 2012 was the bicentenary of Louis Braille, who invented the Braille, and where Government of India, Government of Gujarat arranged a program. And the biggest outcome was the first time in the history of this country, Government of India, in the first budget of NDA government, sanctioned 18 computerized braille presses at the cost of many crores of rupees. I think we should give a big clap for big achievement. Not only that, first time we had the braille press in our institute, fully funded by the government. And before he moved to Delhi, he started a very innovative project called Dhwani. The prisoners of Sabarmati jail are recording the audio books. You all will be honored to know they have recorded more than 4,000 audio books so far, and the whole credit goes to Honorable Prime Minister. And the best part is, our country is one of the few countries on this earth which has Accessible India campaign, Sugamya Bharat Abhiyan. It was launched on 3rd December 2015. I was present in that program. Honorable Prime Minister launched that program. And when he issued 9 videos last year, you all will be very happy. 60% of content of those videos was from Blind People's Association, because we have all accessibility. And then very big achievement, we have Persons with Disability, Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act, which is the mother law for people with disabilities. It was enacted on the behest of, interest of Shri Narendra Modi ji, and matter of great honor, I was part of the drafting committee, and very honored. This is the best and most vibrant law in the world today, which India is following, done by him. He sent the minister, Mr. Rudy, all the way to come and take disability in the skill development. First time they allocated 300 crores for skill development for people with disabilities. Number of our sports people have received the awards, including Bhavina. Keep your hands ready. Who got the silver medal for the first time in the country in the Japan Paralympic. And she got 7 crores of rupees as cash award. Now she's assistant director in the ASS. She was honored by Honorable Prime Minister. Our Ashwini, he got silver medal in chess, and today is the assistant information officer. Now there's a coincidence. It's the 70th birthday of Honorable Prime Minister, and this year is the 75th year of BPA's existence and growth. We complete our Rajat Amrut Mahotsav, and I'd like to congratulate everybody associated with BPA on this occasion. It's the 75th year of BPA, which we are celebrating. And you all will be very surprised. Anybody who belongs to Port of Ahmedabad, our first office started in 1950 in Kameshwaran Report. There's a beautiful photograph of 1950. And from a team of 5 blind people, your hands should to be ready. We are the largest NGO in the country in the disability sector. We have a chain of campuses. There are 18 campuses, 18 vision centers, 34 daycare centers, 3 eye hospitals. It's a big organization. And to cut it short, you all will be very honored to know BPA is known for 100% statutory compliance. Apart from one matter pending with the income tax, there's no matter pending anywhere in any court of law in case of BPA. Having that type of achievement needs 100% transparency, 100% accountability, and that is because we follow the law, we follow the rules. As we have grown at the rate of 18% per annum for the last 40 years, which is phenomenal. So we thought, why not to share our achievements, our compliances, our knowledge with all of you. But then we realized it's not we, it's the experts who should come and share. So we invited a panel of experts to share with you that how if BPA can grow at the rate of 18%, despite growing from a small place to a large organization, this is because we follow the law. And I request all of you that today's first theme is follow the law, understand compliances, and fulfill this, your organization will grow. Now, I like to raise a few issues, which I'm not going to answer. I'm just raising for the panel. There are a few issues which NGO must know. First of all, in Gujarat, sir, Chaudhary sir, there's no provision for winding up of NGOs. If you form an NGO, it can be merged. It cannot, there's no winding up. In Maharashtra, you can do, but not in Gujarat. In Maharashtra, you can invest your surplus money in bonds, equity, and government approved securities, but not in Gujarat. There are questions to be answered that what a big difference between two states in the case of charity laws. And you all must be knowing that it's mandatory to file the change report. Filing is not important, but what should be done, Mr. Chaudhary will tell you. And we'll also, NGO like to know, can the NGOs open an operate account in the private banks? And what is the highest rate of return? I'm asking you the question. Anybody can answer. What is the highest rate of return on the saving account? Which bank gives the highest rate of return? Anybody? Anyway, that's what we want you to know. And what is PFMS? Every NGO must understand what is the public finance management system. This is very important when you get the government money. And apart from bank, where can you park your money? You must understand from the experts today. Is it sufficient to drop the name of a trustee just by passing a resolution? Or there has to be a procedure you have to understand. And what is the concept of merger in case of Public Trust Act? There's a bold law. How to merge two trusts, we like to understand from our experts. When we come to income tax, sir, Atul sir, any public trust under income tax is irrevocable. Should be irrevocable or revocable. The law permits in many states, most of states, the trust can be closed down, but as per income tax, it has to be irrevocable if you want 80G and 12A. And it's also important to understand what excellence facilities are provided under Section 11.2. I request all the NGOs, when Atul sir comes or when our expert comes, do understand Section 11.1 and 11.2. They are truly the blessings for the NGOs. If you follow them, you can do much better. And then trusts in Gujarat are the trusts permitted to invest in the gold bonds. You have to understand that. What is the concept of accumulated income? My CA is there. A beautiful concept which now has been implemented very vigorously. And that's, to me, is a big, big boon to the NGOs. How you can carry your income for 5 years, like to understand from the income tax. And then when it comes to, can a trust donate to other trust? You have to understand that. Is there any income tax? You have to pay tax on Gupta Dan, anonymous donation, which is a very bold initiative. We have to understand that. What is important? 10BD and 10BE. You must know that. If you are into ATG, you have to understand what it is. We'll like to know from our experts. And what is is contribution to a particular fund? You have to understand there's one fund. If you raise money in that fund, it's not taxable. It's not considered income of that year at all. What is that fund? You have to understand. When we come to FCRA, when you Mr. Patra and Saurabh Bhai, friends, there's a new concept called forensic audit of FCRA, recognized NGOs. Please understand that. This is something, a landmark initiative of government to put the NGO under forensic audit. It's a very tough thing. Aditi is there from Standard Chartered Bank. They're working on that. So try to understand what is that. And can an NRI donate money from NRI, NRO account in India? How to treat that? Can NRI donate money from Indian account in India? You have to understand that. Both are very different. You have to understand those. And can you have a secondary account on FCRA? Which is very important. You can, but how to do that? How can we invest our surplus fund in FCRA? Should we or should we not? Is the thing to be understood. And when we come to CSR, Vijay Bhai will be joining us little late from Wagh Bakri Tea. Is it mandatory to get registration of Darpan portal? Again, is one thing you need to understand. Is the CSR an opportunity for fundraising? Just to mention here, sir, BPA raises more than 10 crores every year under CSR. It's a big opportunity. You have to understand how to do that. Our hospitals and universities eligible to get money under CSR. It's a new development. Our experts will answer that. Or multinational companies which are operating in India, are they obliged to spend 2% under CSR? Again, something to understand is something very important. Can corporate contribute CSR funds to the corpus? Something you must know. And can we mobilize CSR contribution for construction of building and the capital grants? So I'm leaving these 28 ideas with you. I have not answered anyone. Our experts will answer. But at the end of the session, Bharat Bhai will tell you whether these questions have been answered or not, and what is the outcome. So this is going to be a very important day. Just one thing, we will have no break because we are live on YouTube, but tea, coffee is available outside. Biscuits are there. Washroom is there. You're at liberty to have a small break on your own. But as far as session is concerned, our experts are very, very senior people. They are spared very valuable time. So we like to listen to them. And I, for one, I'm confident this is going to be a landmark seminar. It's going to be a turning point in the lives of many NGOs. And the good part is, it's coming live on YouTube. It will be there permanently. Whenever anybody feels like going back and listening to that, please do that. With that, I wish the seminar a great success. Have a nice time. Bharat Mata ki jai.
Thank you so much, sir. And I'm sure your 28 questions have waken up the minds. Everyone has the thought process already started. And once again, thank you for sharing the journey of BPA, flagging a very important issues related to charity laws, Income Tax Act, banking, public finance systems, FCR and CSR. So all the key areas which is relevant to the good governance has been very well addressed in 28 questions, and I'm sure our speaker will answer all the 28 questions. Before we move forward, I request all the dignitaries to publish the 75th annual report of Blind People Association. So I request the dignitaries to publish the 75th annual report of Blind People Association. And these annual reports are available on the outside. You can have a copy of it.
This report is as per the Credibility Alliance statutory compliance standards we form in the desirable norms. Whole report is based on those norms, which you can see.
I request our President Sri Rajendra Bhai Shah to hand over the token of love to our Mr. K.R. Chaudhary sir, retired Joint Commissioner, Charity Commissioner, Ahmedabad. I request Mr. Chaudhary sir to share their wisdom and knowledge related to role of charity commissioner in state of Gujarat.
Good morning, everyone. They have only 15 minutes give me, and that's why I am more comfortable in Hindi than English. Are you okay with that? चैरिटी आप सभी एनजीओ है, तो एनजीओ का रजिस्ट्रेशन या पब्लिक ट्रस्ट का रजिस्ट्रेशन कैसे होता है, उसमें सिर्फ 15 मिनट है, इसलिए मैं बहुत शॉर्ट में बोलूँगा। और आप ऑलरेडी रजिस्टर्ड हो, इसलिए रजिस्टर्ड का प्रोसेस मैं एक्सप्लेन नहीं करता हूँ। आफ्टर रजिस्ट्रेशन, व्हाट इज द प्रोसीजर टू मेंटेन द पब्लिक ट्रस्ट एंड व्हाट आर द मेन sections you have to consider every time, that I will explain. पब्लिक अहमदाबाद में 3 या 4 साल पहले 1.5 लाख ट्रस्ट रजिस्टर्ड थे, और ऑल ओवर गुजरात में 3.5 लाख रजिस्टर्ड थे। ये फिगर 3 साल पहले का है, 3 या 4 साल पहले का। अभी शायद वो, मुझे लगता है 4 लाख ट्रस्ट ऑल ओवर गुजरात में होंगे, उसके आसपास, और 2 से 2.25 लाख ट्रस्ट अहमदाबाद में होंगे रजिस्टर्ड। उसमें से एक्टिव कितने, नॉन एक्टिव कितने, ये फिगर आउट करना थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट है। पर जो एक्टिव है उसमें से मुझे लगता है ऑल ओवर गुजरात में मोर एक्टिव, मोस्ट एक्टिव ट्रस्ट का अगर नाम लेना हो तो ये एसोसिएशन है, ब्लाइंड पीपल्स एसोसिएशन, जिनके साथ मैं पिछले 22 साल से जुड़ा हूँ। हम लोगों के डिपार्टमेंट के कई सेमिनार इस इंस्टीट्यूशन में हुए हैं, और जब भी यहाँ हमारा प्रोग्राम होता है, पुनानी सर, पंचाल सर, ये हमको फुल्ली कोऑपरेट करते हैं। और हमारे डिपार्टमेंट का सुबह से लेकर शाम तक का ट्रेनिंग का प्रोग्राम यहीं पे होता था, होता है, और सारी जिम्मेदारी ये दोनों सर उठा लेते हैं। हमको सिर्फ आके ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम अटेंड करना रहता है, ट्रेनिंग देना रहता है। ट्रस्ट एक्ट के बारे में, ट्रस्ट रजिस्ट्रेशन करने के बाद ट्रस्टीज की क्या क्या रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज है, क्या क्या इश्यूज खड़े हो सकते हैं, और उसका रिजोल्यूशन कैसे हो सकता है, ये मैं थोड़ा एक्सप्लेन कर देता हूँ। ट्रस्ट रजिस्ट्रेशन करने के बाद अपने अपने को लगता है कि नाउ आई एम अ ट्रस्टी, और सिर्फ ट्रस्टी बोलने से अपना स्टेटस या इमेज या जो भी बोलो वो ऐसे ही खड़ा नहीं हो जाता है। ट्रस्ट रजिस्ट्रेशन के बाद ट्रस्टी के रूप में अगर हमको हमारा इमेज बिल्टअप करना है, क्रेडिटेबल बनना है, तो ये एक्चुअली इस संस्था के, इस इंस्टीट्यूशन के ट्रस्टियों से सीखना चाहिए। ये इंस्टीट्यूशन का नाम कहीं पे भी लो तो लोग रिस्पेक्ट से ही बात करते हैं, रिस्पेक्ट से ही हमारी ओर देखते हैं। इसीलिए इस इंस्टीट्यूशन के लिए मुझे भी काफ़ी रिस्पेक्ट है, सम्मान है। और किसी भी ऑफिशियल्स के लिए ये इंस्टीट्यूशन के ऑफिस बेरर्स रिस्पेक्ट ही रखते हैं, रिस्पेक्टफुली ही बात करते हैं। ये इमेज जो बिल्डअप हुआ है वो ऐसे के ऐसे नहीं हुआ, इनका रेगुलरिटी इन कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ ट्रस्ट एक्ट, और सारे भी, अभी पुनानी सर ने बताया कि कोई लिटिगेशन पेंडिंग नहीं है इनका। तो ये बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है। नहीं तो बड़े बड़े इंस्टीट्यूशन में, और शाहरुख खान का डायलॉग है, बड़े बड़े देशों में छोटी छोटी बातें होती रहती है। बड़े बड़े इंस्टीट्यूशन में छोटी छोटी दिक्कतें आती रहती है, छोटे छोटे सवाल खड़े होते रहते हैं, जो कि नहीं होनी चाहिए। फिर से अपने ट्रस्ट एक्ट पे आते हैं। ट्रस्ट रजिस्ट्रेशन के बाद मेन क्या होता है, ये एक बॉम्बे पब्लिक ट्रस्ट एक्ट जो 1950 का है, और आफ्टर बाइफर्केशन ऑफ द स्टेट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र और स्टेट ऑफ गुजरात 1/5/1960, उसके बाद गुजरात गवर्नमेंट ने शायद 2017 में बॉम्बे की जगह सिर्फ गुजरात किया है। बाकी सारे प्रोविजंस सेम है, एक दो प्रोविजंस को निकाल के। अभी ये गुजरात में है गुजरात पब्लिक ट्रस्ट, महाराष्ट्र का है बॉम्बे पब्लिक ट्रस्ट। ट्रस्टी चेंज रिपोर्ट, इंग्लिश में उसको चेंज रिपोर्ट बोलते हैं, और गुजराती में यहाँ फेरफार रिपोर्ट। ट्रस्ट रजिस्ट्रेशन के बाद चैरिटी डिपार्टमेंट, आपको जानकर हैरानी होगी कि हम लोगों का काम क्या था और चैरिटी डिपार्टमेंट का काम क्या है। कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन आपका, अगर आप सोसाइटी है तो मेमोरेंडम ऑफ एसोसिएशन आपका, आर्टिकल ऑफ एसोसिएशन आपका, अगर ट्रस्ट डीड से बनता है तो ट्रस्ट डीड आपका। तो हमारा ड्यूटी क्या था या क्या है, आप आपके आर्टिकल ऑफ एसोसिएशन के हिसाब से, आप आपके मेमोरेंडम ऑफ एसोसिएशन के हिसाब से, आप आपके ट्रस्ट डीड के हिसाब से, या आपके कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के हिसाब से आप एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन कर रहे हैं या नहीं, ये हमारा काम है देखना। इसलिए उसको कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी बोलते हैं। आपको आपके ट्रस्ट इंस्ट्रूमेंट, उसको ट्रस्ट इंस्ट्रूमेंट भी कहा जाता है, ट्रस्ट इंस्ट्रूमेंट के हिसाब से आप कर रहे हो कि नहीं, इस पर जो कंट्रोलिंग होता है वो कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी चैरिटी कमिश्नर है। उसमें आपने अगर कुछ गड़बड़ किया, जैसे मोड ऑफ सक्सेशन, चेंज रिपोर्ट कब फाइल करना होता है, आपके ट्रस्ट डीड या इंस्टीट्यूशन या मेमोरेंडम ऑफ एसोसिएशन में ऐसा है कि हर 5 साल में ट्रस्टी चेंज हो गए, आपने 3 साल में कर दिया, इट इज नॉट परमिसिबल। आपको 5 साल में ही चेंज करना है, आपके कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में जो मोड लिखा है उसी तरह से ही करना है, और वो है या नहीं है, वो जब सबमिट आप चेंज रिपोर्ट फाइल करोगे उसके बाद वो डिसाइड होगा कि इट इज एज पर मोड ऑफ सक्सेशन और नॉट। अगर मोड ऑफ सक्सेशन के हिसाब से नहीं हुआ तो इट विल बी रिजेक्ट, और मोड ऑफ सक्सेशन के हिसाब से हुआ तो वो फाइनल होगा और ग्रांट भी होगा। इसमें एक इश्यू, चेंज रिपोर्ट, आपको चेंज रिपोर्ट कब फाइल करना है, तो कुछ भी चेंज होता है तो फ्रॉम द डेट ऑफ चेंज विद इन 90 days यू हैव टू फाइल अ चेंज रिपोर्ट बिफोर कंसर्न अथॉरिटी। टाइम लिमिट इसलिए दी है कि इट इज कंपल्सरी, इट इज मैंडेटरी टू फाइल चेंज रिपोर्ट। 90 दिन के बाद ऐसा नहीं आप फाइल नहीं कर सकते, आप कर सकते हैं। आपको इस, ये जो आप एनजीओ है इसलिए जो डे टू डे के फंक्शन है चैरिटी से रिलेटेड वो तो आप जानते हो। जो अमुक प्रोविजंस ऐसे हैं जिसमें शायद आपको फ्यूचर में वो काफ़ी काम आ सकते हैं। कई बार हमारी ऑफिस आपको चेंज रिपोर्ट 90 डेज के बाद आपने फाइल किया, 100 डेज के बाद फाइल किया तो रिजेक्ट कर देते सिर्फ उसी ग्राउंड पे। या तो प्रोसिक्यूशन आपके खिलाफ अंडर सेक्शन 65 जिसमें प्रोसिक्यूशन का प्रोविजन है, प्रोसिक्यूशन करते हैं। तो यहाँ पे अपने को ये ध्यान रखना है कि अगर आपने 95 डेज में चेंज रिपोर्ट फाइल किया जिसका मैंडेटरी प्रोविजन विद इन 90 डेज फाइल करना है, अगर आपको प्रोसिक्यूशन का नोटिस आता है कि यू हैव नॉट फाइल चेंज रिपोर्ट विद इन टाइम लिमिट और विद इन 90 डेज, देन व्हाट हैपेंड, आपको सेक्शन 65 रीड करना है। सेक्शन 65 में अंडर चैरिटी एक्ट, अंडर ट्रस्ट एक्ट ऑफेंसेस एक्सप्लेन किए हुए, और ऑफेंसेस के सामने कितना पेनल्टी आपको होगा वो भी लिखा हुआ है। तो जहां जहां आपको टाइम लिमिट वाला जो भी प्रोविजन है ट्रस्ट एक्ट में वो टाइम लिमिट में करना है, लेकिन चेंज रिपोर्ट में, चेंज रिपोर्ट के बारे में जो अंडर सेक्शन 22 फाइल होता है उसमें सेक्शन 65 में ऐसा नहीं लिखा हुआ है कि यू हैव टू फाइल विद इन 90 डेज। उसमें सिर्फ ऐसा लिखा हुआ है, गुजराती में बोलूँ तो, जो फेरफार रिपोर्ट रजू न थाय तो, मीन्स अगर आपने चेंज रिपोर्ट फाइल नहीं किया तो, उसमें यह वर्डिंग नहीं है कि आपने 90 दिन में फाइल नहीं किया तो। ट्रस्ट रजिस्ट्रेशन का एप्लीकेशन यू हैव टू फाइल अंडर सेक्शन 18, 65 में लिखा हुआ है। अगर आपने 3 महीने में फाइल नहीं किया ट्रस्ट एग्जिस्टेंस में आने के बाद तो आपको फाइन हो सकता है, तो प्रोसिक्यूशन हो सकता है। चेंज रिपोर्ट में ये नहीं है। तो आपको कभी किसी ऑफिस में, गुजरात की किसी भी ऑफिस में इससे रिलेटेड अगर कुछ इश्यू आता है तो आप सेक्शन 65 वहाँ एक्सप्लेन कर सकते हैं। डोंट इनिशिएट प्रोसीडिंग्स अगेंस्ट मी अंडर सेक्शन फॉर द ब्रीच ऑफ सेक्शन 22, जस्ट रीड सेक्शन 65। देर इज नो मेंशन दैट वी हैव टू फाइल चेंज रिपोर्ट अंडर अंडर 90 डेज। ये एक चीज हुई। अब ट्रस्ट एग्जिस्टेंस में आने के बाद ट्रस्ट में काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें होती है, जैसे मोड ऑफ सक्सेशन मैंने बताया, ट्रस्टी चेंज हुए, आपको 5 साल अगर लिखा है तो 5 साल में ही करना है। नाउ लेट अस ऑन द इश्यू ऑफ अकाउंट्स। अकाउंट्स भी आपको मेंटेन करना है। अकाउंट्स और कंपलसेशन है कि अभी तक आप इंडिविजुअल अगर अपने हैं तो अपने अपने अकाउंट सिर्फ आईटी में फाइल करते हैं, इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट में, और वो उस पर सारी नज़र पांडे सर और उनके डिपार्टमेंट की होती है। अपने को टेंशन नहीं रहता है कि सिर्फ एक ही डिपार्टमेंट है, हालांकि वो काफ़ी वो परेशानी वाला डिपार्टमेंट है अगर हम कुछ गलती करते हैं तो। लेकिन ये अगर आप एनजीओ है, ट्रस्ट है, तो आपको इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट के अलावा आपके सीए का ड्यूटी है कि वो उनकी सिग्नेचर से, ट्रस्टी की सिग्नेचर से ऑडिट अकाउंट्स विद इन 6 मंथ फ्रॉम द एक्सपायरी ऑफ अकाउंट ईयर आपको चैरिटी कमिश्नर के पास सबमिट करना है। चैरिटी कमिश्नर के पास सबमिट करने के बाद अगर आपका ट्रस्ट प्योरली मेडिकल ऑब्जेक्ट है आपके ट्रस्ट का, या एजुकेशनल ऑब्जेक्ट है, या तो एनिमल हस्बेंड्री का ऑब्जेक्ट है, तो 2% जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन फंड में हम लोग लेते हैं वो उसमें से आपको फ्री है, उसमें आपको कुछ भी कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं देना है। लेकिन अगर आपका मिक्स ऑब्जेक्ट है, मेडिकल के साथ सोशल ऑब्जेक्ट है, या कोई रिलीजियस ऑब्जेक्ट है, एजुकेशन के साथ, मेडिकल के साथ, या एनिमल हस्बेंड्री के साथ, तो ये मिक्स ऑब्जेक्ट वाला जो भी ट्रस्ट है उसको 2% गवर्नमेंट एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव फंड में आपसे एक ये कैलकुलेट करके आपको उसकी डिमांड नोटिस इश्यू होती है। डिमांड नोटिस मैक्सिमम अभी गुजरात में उसकी ये फंड की जो लिमिट है वो मैक्सिमम 50,000 है। 2% कैसे काउंट होता है? 2% काउंट में आपका जो भी एनुअल ग्रॉस इनकम है उसमें से आपका ट्रस्ट अगर एजुकेशन और दूसरे मिक्स ऑब्जेक्ट वाला है तो आपको एजुकेशन का जो भी एक्सपेंसेस है वो आपको माइनस मिलेगा। मेडिकल से रिलेटेड जो भी एक्सपेंस है वो आपको माइनस मिलेगा। आपके रिलीजियस ऑब्जेक्ट है तो भी उसके हिसाब से आपने जो भी एक्टिविटी रिलीजियस करी और उसमें जो भी एक्सपेंस आपने किया है वो भी आपको माइनस मिलेगा। और उसके बाद जो आपका आउटस्टैंडिंग रहता है ग्रॉस इनकम का, उस पर 2% फंड आपको, उसका 2% आपको आपके इनकम का चैरिटी में जमा करना होता है। अब ये जमा, अगर आपका आपका कुछ ज़्यादा टर्नओवर है नहीं, ज़्यादा इनकम नहीं है, ज़्यादा एक्सपेंडिचर नहीं है, लेकिन डोनेशन बहुत आ गया, एक्सपेंसेस नहीं है, ग्रॉस इनकम आपकी ज़्यादा दिखाई दे रही है, तो चैरिटी में जो अकाउंट डिपार्टमेंट में जो एम्प्लॉयज़ है दे आर नॉट सीएज, दे आर सिंपली ग्रेजुएशन और ग्रेजुएट और डबल ग्रेजुएट और समझो 10th पास और 12th पास। वो उनके हिसाब से उनका उनका फंडा एक ही रहता है। कोई भी गवर्नमेंट फ्री में सर्विस नहीं देती है। पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट रास्ते में रोक लिया, हेलमेट नहीं है, चालान काट दिया, ये भर दिया। म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन, हालांकि अभी रोड रास्ते की बात ज़्यादा करने जैसे है नहीं, अभी ऑलरेडी हाईकोर्ट उनकी खबर ले ही रही है हाईकोर्ट में, पर उसके एवज में वो टैक्स लेते हैं। सेम डिपार्टमेंट, चैरिटी डिपार्टमेंट का सेम वैसा ही है। जो भी सर्विसेज चैरिटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन प्रोवाइड करता है ट्रस्टियों को, एनजीओस को, उसके एवज में 2% लेते हैं। कर्मचारियों की, एम्प्लॉयज़ की जो टेंडेंसी है वो यही है कि मैक्सिमम 50,000 रुपया वो कैलकुलेट करके आपको 50,000 का डिमांड नोटिस भेज देते हैं। तो क्या भर देना जरूरी है? कई एनजीओस को ऐसा है या कई ट्रस्ट को ऐसा है कि हाँ सरकार ने 50,000 का नोटिस दिया है, वी हैव टू पे। नो, इट इज नॉट कंपल्सरी। उसमें भी प्रोविजन है अंडर सेक्शन 33 सब सेक्शन 4। आप ऑब्जेक्शन एप्लीकेशन फाइल कर सकते हैं विद इन 15 डेज आफ्टर गेटिंग अ नोटिस। नोटिस मिलते से आपको 15 दिन में चैरिटी कमिश्नर में ऑब्जेक्शन एप्लीकेशन फाइल करना है। और ऑब्जेक्शन एप्लीकेशन सब्जेक्ट टू यू हैव टू पेड फर्स्ट। आपको 50,000 भरने के बाद ही, 50,000 एक एग्जाम्पल है, 40,000 हो सकता है, 35,000 हो सकता है, लेकिन आपके इंस्टीट्यूशन का जो भी सीए है अगर उसने बताया है कि 10,000 कंट्रीब्यूशन आ रहा है और चैरिटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने 25,000 दे दिया, 45,000 दे दिया, तो आपको 15 दिन में पैसा भर के ऑब्जेक्शन एप्लीकेशन फाइल करना है। उसके बाद आपका हियरिंग होगा। हियरिंग के बाद असिस्टेंट चैरिटी, उसके बाद माइंड अप्लाई होता है ऑफिसर का। देखिए नोटिस आती है असिस्टेंट कमिश्नर या डेप्यूटी कमिश्नर के साइन से, और उन्हीं के पास हमको जाना है। इट्स अ मिरेकल। उन्हीं के पास हमको जाना है कि सर आपने गलत कैलकुलेशन किया है, आपकी इसमें मिस्टेक है, प्लीज आप इसको करेक्ट कीजिए। तो आपको पहले पैसा भरना है, फिर एप्लीकेशन करना है, फिर उसी ऑफिसर के पास जाके बोलना है कि आप इसको करेक्शन कीजिए आप। फिर वो ऑफिसर माइंड अप्लाई करेगा और बोलेगा कि हाँ हाँ, अगर जेन्युइन ऑफिसर है तो, कि हाँ हाँ हमारी गलती हो गई, इतना हमने ज़्यादा ले लिया, इतना हम आपको रिफंड दे रहे हैं, और वहाँ से रिफंड होगा। अगर ऑफिसर का ईगो, या तो सच में उसकी गलती नहीं है और उसने एडमिट नहीं किया कि नहीं नहीं हमारा कंट्रीब्यूशन हमने जो कैलकुलेट किया है सही है, तो ठीक है, आप हमारा एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्ट करो। एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्ट होगा, इट इज़ नॉट फाइनल वर्डिक्ट। आप उनके ऑर्डर के खिलाफ आप जॉइंट चैरिटी कमिश्नर या चैरिटी कमिश्नर में विद इन 30 डेज आप अपील कर सकते हैं। तो फिर से चैरिटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के ही ऑफिसर फिर से माइंड अप्लाई करेंगे, नीचे के ऑफिसर का ऑर्डर रिव्यू करेंगे, और ये आपको वो रिफंड भी मिल सकता है। या तो यहाँ एक प्रोविजन थोड़ा ऑड है, इन द हियरिंग ऑफ अपील, अगर चैरिटी कमिश्नर को ऐसा लगता है कि लोअर ऑफिसर ने 25,000 जो कैलकुलेट किया है वो एक्चुअली 25 नहीं 40,000 होना चाहिए, ही हैज पावर, सब्जेक्ट टू, आपको हियरिंग के लिए बुलाएंगे और ये बोलेंगे कि ये 25,000 नहीं, आपसे 45 क्यों नहीं लिया जाए, 40 क्यों नहीं लिया जाए। मतलब अपील करने से पहले सोच भी लेना चाहिए कि ऐसा भी हो सकता है। सरकार है, पैसे ऐसे कैसे वापस नहीं देगी, हो सकता है ज़्यादा जितना निकाल सकते हैं उतना आपसे निकाल ले, ये भी हो सकता है। एक ये प्रोविजन। दूसरा, ट्रस्ट में प्रॉपर्टी, ये जो इश्यूज जो आते हैं ना एट द टाइम ऑफ हियरिंग, या तो एट द टाइम ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ द ट्रस्ट, वो सारे मैं आपसे डिस्कस कर रहा हूँ। हम लोग कई बार प्रॉपर्टी परचेस करते हैं, दस्तावेज बना लिया, अंडर सेक्शन 22 हमने चेंज रिपोर्ट फाइल किया पीटीआर पे उसको सबमिट करने के लिए। उस वक्त असिस्टेंट कमिश्नर या डेप्यूटी कमिश्नर हमसे रेवेन्यू रिकॉर्ड मांगते हैं कि ये प्रॉपर्टी का रेवन 7/12 लाओ, 8 लाओ, प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड लाओ। तो 3 सेक्शन आप नोट डाउन करिए इसमें। सेक्शन 22 में सब सेक्शन 4, सेक्शन 18 सब सेक्शन 7 और सेक्शन 28A, ये तीनों प्रोविजन ये बोलती है एक्चुअली वेदर द प्रॉपर्टी बिलोंग्स टू ट्रस्ट और नॉट, इट कैन बी डिसाइडेड ओनली बाय चैरिटी कमिश्नर। इवन our apex court has no jurisdiction to decide the same issue. प्रॉपर चैनल में जाएंगे, असिस्टेंट चैरिटी कमिश्नर ने रिजेक्ट किया, प्रॉपर्टी ट्रस्ट की है या नहीं है इश्यू में कोई भी डिसीजन लिया, तो उसमें अपील होगी चैरिटी कमिश्नर में। चैरिटी कमिश्नर में नहीं हुआ, आपको डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट जाना है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट में नहीं हुआ हाई कोर्ट जाना है, हाई कोर्ट में नहीं हुआ सुप्रीम में जाना है। डायरेक्टली सुप्रीम कोर्ट और हाई कोर्ट को भी ये पावर्स नहीं है कि कोई प्रॉपर्टी ट्रस्ट की है या नहीं है, इसका डिसीजन वो ले सके। चेंज रिपोर्ट फाइल किया प्रॉपर्टी के लिए कि ये प्रॉपर्टी सब में पीटीआर पे चढ़ाओ हमारी, वो दे आर आस्किंग फॉर रेवेन्यू रिकॉर्ड्स। वो टाइम पे आप ये 4 सेक्शन उनको बताइए, उसमें ये लिखा हुआ है कि प्रॉपर्टी ट्रस्ट की है या नहीं है, ये डिसाइड करने का पावर सिर्फ असिस्टेंट चैरिटी कमिश्नर को है। और ये ड्यूटी बाउंड कर दिया है कि असिस्टेंट चैरिटी कमिश्नर और डेप्यूटी चैरिटी कमिश्नर को जब भी कोई प्रॉपर्टी वो पीटीआर पे किसी भी ट्रस्ट की सब में चढ़ाने के लिए चेंज रिपोर्ट फाइल होता है, तो उसमें अगर वो अप्रूव हुआ और अंडर सेक्शन 18 की इंक्वायरी में एट द टाइम ऑफ रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ द ट्रस्ट अगर प्रॉपर्टी है और वो अप्रूव हुई, तो सारी प्रॉपर्टी का ब्यौरा, सारी प्रॉपर्टी का ब्यौरा विथ डिस्क्रिप्शन ऑफ द प्रॉपर्टी दे हैव टू सबमिट बिफोर सब रजिस्ट्रार ऑफ द डिस्ट्रिक्ट, और सब रजिस्ट्रार ऑफ द डिस्ट्रिक्ट उसका नोटिंग करके रेवेन्यू में वो नाम चढ़ाएगा। आपको अलग से रेवेन्यू में नाम ट्रस्ट की प्रॉपर्टी का नाम चढ़ाने के लिए अलग से जाने की जरूर नहीं है, इट्स अ ड्यूटी ऑफ कंसर्न ऑफिसर। वो डायरेक्ट सबमिट वहां करेंगे, वहां से फिर वो रेवेन्यू में जाएगा। तो जब हम चैरिटी को जब पावर्स दिया हुआ है कि प्रॉपर्टी का टाइटल आप डिसाइड कर सकते हो, तो व्हाई दे आर आस्किंग फॉर द रेवेन्यू रिकॉर्ड्स? दे आर नॉट एडमिट, दे आर सुपीरियर देन रेवेन्यू अथॉरिटी। और वो क्यों ऐसा सोचते समझ में नहीं आता है। तो ऐसे का अगर इश्यू आते हैं तो इसलिए मैंने आपको सेक्शन लिखवाई कि आपको मालूम है, आपको नॉलेज है कि हमको रेवेन्यू रिकॉर्ड रजू नहीं करना है, आप डिसाइड करो ये प्रॉपर्टी ट्रस्ट की है या नहीं है। यू आर द यू आर हैविंग सोल पावर्स। ये प्रॉपर्टी से अब प्रॉपर्टी ले ली, पीटीआर पे चढ़ाने की बात हो गई, अब कई बार प्रॉपर्टी बेचने की बात आती है। उसका प्रोविजन अंडर सेक्शन 36, प्रॉपर्टी बेचने के लिए सबसे पहले ट्रस्ट में आपको कुछ भी करना है तो विदाउट रेजोल्यूशन यू कांट डू एनीथिंग। you have to pass a resolution regarding all kinds of things। प्रॉपर्टी भी बेचना है आपको, पहले आपको रेजोल्यूशन पास करना है। रेजोल्यूशन में ट्रस्ट की प्रॉपर्टी बेचने के रीजन, कंपेलिंग नेसेसिटी यू हैव टू शो टू चैरिटी कमिश्नर। व्हाट इज द कंपेलिंग नेसेसिटी फॉर द ट्रस्ट टू सेल आउट द प्रॉपर्टी। अगर कंपेलिंग नेसेसिटी नहीं है तो चैरिटी कमिश्नर विल रिजेक्ट योर एप्लीकेशन टू सेल द प्रॉपर्टी। प्रॉपर्टी ऐसे ही पड़ी हुई है, यूज नहीं हो रहा है, उसमें से कोई इनकम नहीं है, ये सारे रीजंस हो सकते हैं। लेकिन प्रॉपर्टी टेनेंट है प्रॉपर्टी में, उसमें से इनकम कम आ रही है, तो ये रीजन प्रॉपर नहीं है और इट इज नॉट वैलिड रीजन टू सेल आउट द प्रॉपर्टी। सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जजमेंट है कि ये बोलता है कि प्रॉपर्टी में से इनकम नहीं हो रही है तो आप बेच दो, ये नहीं है। अंडर सेक्शन 36 का प्रोसीजर, आपको एप्लीकेशन सबमिट करने के बाद पहले हियरिंग कंपेलिंग नेसेसिटी पे ही होगा, और अगर आपको प्रॉपर्टी बेचना कंपेलिंग नेसेसिटी पे अगर सेटिस्फाई अथॉरिटी होती है देन दे विल अलाउ योर एप्लीकेशन। ये प्रॉपर्टी से रिलेटेड इश्यू हुआ। अब नेक्स्ट अपने स्पेशल ऑडिट। स्पेशल ऑडिट्स में यहाँ सीए साहब भी बैठे हुए। स्पेशल ऑडिट, अगर किसी ट्रस्ट में अकाउंट्स में कुछ गड़बड़ लगती है बेनिफिशियरी को या पर्सन हैविंग इंटरेस्ट को, तो दे कैन मूव बिफोर चैरिटी कमिश्नर फॉर स्पेशल ऑडिट। स्पेशल ऑडिट में अगर वो कितने साल का करवाना चाहते, अंडर सेक्शन 33(4) ऑब्जेक्शन एप्लीकेशन था रूल 33(4), स्पेशल ऑडिट है अंडर सेक्शन 33(4). किसी ने ट्रस्ट के खिलाफ कंप्लेन कर दी कि ये ट्रस्ट में गड़बड़ चल रही है, इन्होंने इतना पैसा निकाल लिया, इतना पैसा यहाँ खर्च कर दिया, ट्रस्ट का जो ऑब्जेक्ट है उसके खिलाफ ये मनी यूज कर रहे हैं, इनका स्पेशल ऑडिट करना जरूरी है। तो आपको पहले 3 सीए के नाम देना होता है, वो तीनों सीए का फीस स्ट्रक्चर देना होता है, और पहले पैसा आपको डिपॉजिट करना होता है चैरिटी कमिश्नर के पास। क्योंकि अगर स्पेशल ऑडिट करने के बाद अगर कुछ नहीं निकला अकाउंट्स में तो ट्रस्ट को जो परेशानी होती है, ट्रस्टियों को जो परेशानी होती है, उसको फिर चैरिटी कमिश्नर कॉम्पेंसेट उसमें से कर सकते हैं जो उन्होंने डिपॉजिट किया होता है, प्लस सीए की फी। ये 3, अगर वो डिपॉजिट उन्होंने नहीं करवाया, 3 साल या 4 साल का स्पेशल ऑडिट करवाया और फिर एप्लीकेंट बोलेगा कि मेरे पास पैसा नहीं है, मैं कहाँ से जमा करवाऊँ, तो सीए का फीस कौन देगा? चैरिटी कमिश्नर इज नॉट बाउंड टू पे एनी काइंड ऑफ फीस टू सीए, वो एप्लीकेंट को ही देना है। तो स्पेशल ऑडिट का ये एक प्रोविजन है। दूसरा, चैरिटी में एमालगमेशन पुनानी सर ने बताया उनके स्पीच में, पर्सन हैविंग इंटरेस्ट और बेनिफिशियरी बोथ आर डिफरेंट। definition of for both are different. Any beneficiary is a person having interest, but it is not necessary that every person having interest is a beneficiary. अंडर सेक्शन 50A, अगर किसी ट्रस्ट में रेगुलर ट्रस्टियों का अपॉइंटमेंट नहीं हो रहा है, मीटिंग नहीं हो रही है, अकाउंट सबमिट नहीं हो रहे, अकाउंट में गड़बड़ चल रही है, और उस ट्रस्ट का मैं या तो बेनिफिशियरी हूँ या तो पर्सन हैविंग इंटरेस्ट हूँ, तो मुझे लगता है कि ये ट्रस्ट में इन ट्रस्टियों को हटाना है और ट्रस्ट के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के लिए कुछ नया कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन होना चाहिए। तो मुझे चैरिटी कमिश्नर में अंडर सेक्शन 50A एप्लीकेशन करना है। उसमें कम से कम 2 पर्सन हैविंग इंटरेस्ट होने चाहिए। सिंगल नेम से एप्लीकेशन नहीं होती, इट इज मैंडेटरी प्रोविजन। उसमें चैरिटी कमिश्नर को हियरिंग करने के बाद ऐसा लगता है कि हाँ एलिगेशंस आर ट्रू, तो वो ट्रस्ट में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन नया बना देंगे ट्रस्ट के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के लिए। ऐसा ही अगर दो ट्रस्टों में होता है कि ये दोनों ट्रस्ट को एमालगमेट करना चाहिए, इनका मर्जर करना चाहिए, ट्रस्टियों को भी लग सकता है कि हमारे जैसा ही ऑब्जेक्ट वाला ये ट्रस्ट है और हमारे ट्रस्ट में फंड नहीं है, तो हम ये ट्रस्ट चला के क्या करेंगे, चलो हम ये ट्रस्ट को दूसरे ट्रस्ट में मर्ज कर देते हैं। इसका भी प्रोविजन है, वो अंडर सेक्शन 58(2). उसमें भी चैरिटी कमिश्नर को पावर्स है, उसमें भी 2 जन को एप्लीकेशन करना है, और उसमें भी हियरिंग आफ्टर गिविंग एन अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर हियरिंग टू द ट्रस्टीज, if charity commissioner thinks fit, then he will pass an order for the amalgamation or for the framing a scheme for the better administration of the trust. एक इश्यू, अब ट्रस्ट बना लिया, सब ठीक ठाक चल रहा है, अब जो कुछ उसमें चेंजेस हुए वो किसी ने किए नहीं, ट्रस्ट का इनकम बंद हो गया, अब एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का क्या करेंगे? मोड ऑफ सक्सेशन के हिसाब से ट्रस्टियों का अपॉइंटमेंट हो नहीं सकता है, तो अंडर सेक्शन 47 देर इज अ प्रोविजन टू मूव बिफोर द डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट। अहमदाबाद का सवाल है, वहाँ तक अब सिविल कोर्ट है, अहमदाबाद के अलावा जो भी है वहाँ डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट। डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट में अंडर सेक्शन 47 वी कैन मूव फॉर द अपॉइंटमेंट ऑफ ट्रस्टीज। डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट को भी पावर है ट्रस्टियों का अपॉइंटमेंट करने का। पर अगर कुछ भी नहीं होता और हमको ट्रस्ट बंद करना है, कई लोग आते हैं सवाल लेके, साहब ये ट्रस्ट में अभी कुछ है नहीं, पैसा नहीं है, फंड ऑब्वियस है, पैसा नहीं है, फंड नहीं है, तो ट्रस्ट चलाने में किसको इंटरेस्ट रहेगा? ट्रस्ट रजिस्ट्रेशन करते समय भावना ये रहती है कि मुझे चैरिटी करना है, मुझे सेवा करनी है लोगों की, मुझे चैरिटेबल एक्टिविटी करना है, वहां तक ठीक है। ट्रस्ट बन जाने के बाद अगर फंड धीरे धीरे आहिस्ता आहिस्ता फंड कम हो गया, फिर वो ट्रस्ट बंद करने की बात आती है। देयर इज नो प्रोविजन टू क्लोज द ट्रस्ट एंटिटी, इट इज परमानेंट इन नेचर। एमालगमेट आप कर सकते हो, जो मैंने पहले बताया हो। मुझे इंडिकेशन मिला हुआ है कि शायद कर्टेल करना है, फिर किसी सेशन में अपने फिर से मिलेंगे। ट्रस्ट से रिलेटेड कुछ भी क्वेरी हो, आप पंचाल साहब से मेरा नंबर ले लीजिए, पर मुझे क्वेरी डायरेक्ट फ़ोन पे करने से पहले मुझे आप प्लीज़ व्हाट्सएप करिए, और रेफरेंस पंचाल साहब का या पुनानी साहब का दीजिए, देन आई विल पिकअप योर कॉल। अदरवाइज अभी फेक कॉल आते हैं, पैसा जाने का डर होता है, इसलिए अननोन कॉल्स आई विल नॉट पिक अप। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting very important issues. And I must say, now everyone will go back and read the Constitution first, because the law that we have written for ourselves, we have to be aware what we have written, and also highlighting the very important issues related to the filing the fees and appeals, that we first time we are aware कि 50,000 rupees or any amount we can also make an appeal and applications. So now moving forward, we are in the process of having a new income tax act, which is going to be implemented from 1st April 2026. And we have the eminent speaker from the income tax department, Sri Atul Pandey sir. I request him to address the gatherings. Before that, I will request Sri Rohit Baisa to welcome him again with the token of love. Any person having a hearing impairment? Any person? तो ऐसा है, ऊपर आता स्टेज ऊपर से। Require sign language interpretation? પેલા બહુ છે જેકેટ પહેર્યું છે because he is required the interpretation otherwise no.
Okay. Okay. First of all, I like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Blind People Association and Punani ji for inviting me for such a wonderful gathering. मैं इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट की तरफ से हूँ और मेरे साथ ही ऑफिसर्स भी हैं. मैं चाहता हूँ एक बार वो प्लीज खड़े हो जाए. यस, जोशी जी इज देयर. सो पर्पस ये है कि आप लोग इनको देख लीजिए. कोई भी यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम. वेजलपुर में हमारा ऑफिस है. आपको ये तीनों ऑफिसर 24/7 अवेलेबल हैं. कोई भी इनकम प्लीज सिट प्लीज. कोई भी इनकम टैक्स से संबंधित, ठीक है, हमारा मोस्टली यहाँ पे जो काम है, मैं बहुत इनकम टैक्स के प्रोविजंस में नहीं जाना चाहूंगा. बहुत डिस्टिंग्विश्ड स्पीकर्स यहाँ पे हैं तो दे विल टेक यू देयर. आई विल ओनली कवर द प्रैक्टिकल इश्यूज दैट वी फेस एज अ डिपार्टमेंट, जो हमें आपसे चाहिए. उम्मीद की उस पर आप थोड़ा ध्यान दें. और कहीं भी आपको कोई कंफ्यूजन होता है रिलेटेड टू कंप्लायंस, तो हमारे ऑफिसर्स हैं. आप प्लीज आइए, चाय पीजिए, चर्चा कीजिए. ठीक है. सो सबसे पहले तो मैं एक प्रकाश डालना चाहूंगा रिगार्डिंग द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ एनपीओस, नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस. व्हाई दीज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस आर सो इम्पोर्टेंट. समाज हमारा बहुत ही कह सकते हैं कि उसकी बहुत सारी जरूरतें हैं. एक तरफ सरकार है और एक तरफ वो लोग हैं जो सक्षम हैं, जो समाज को कुछ दे सकते हैं. तो सरकार की अपनी लिमिटेशन है और जो सक्षम लोग हैं उनकी भी अपनी एक लिमिटेशन है. सो इफ दे बोथ कम टुगेदर, इफ दे बोथ कॉम्प्लीमेंट ईच अदर, so they can fill a very vital gap between the need of the society and the efforts as an organization that we should put in to address those challenges. So इस मामले में रोल आता है एनपीओस का. चाहे वो चैरिटेबल ट्रस्ट हो, चाहे वो सोसाइटीज हो, बीइंग सेक्शन 8 कंपनीज हो. और एक जो सबसे खास बात होती है, all these type of organization who works at the grassroots level, they have a very, I would say in-depth knowledge of the local needs, जो कि बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण अंग है. कि एक जो एक मार्जिनलाइज सेक्शन है उसकी जरूरतें क्या हैं, उनको वो बेहतर तरीके से समझते हैं जो उस एक एरिया में, उस समाज में सर्व करते हैं. तो वो जब आगे आते हैं, सरकार के साथ हाथ मिलाते हैं, तो उनका हमारा जो एक संगठन होता है, वो एक जो पर्पस है उसको सर्व करने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान देता है. इन्हीं एनपीओस की रिक्वायरमेंट को देखते हुए इनकम टैक्स ने बहुत सारे प्रोविजन ऐसे दिए हैं, एग्जेम्पशंस दिए हैं, छूट दिए हैं. उसको रेगुलेट करने के लिए सीआईटी एग्जेम्पशन ऑफिस अहमदाबाद है, वे वेजलपुर में. जैसा कि मैंने आपको पहले कहा, हमारे ऑफिसर्स यहाँ पे हैं. कोई भी समस्या आपको आती है, यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम एनी टाइम. मोस्टली हम यहाँ पे जो चीज़ें डील करते हैं, 1280 जी का रजिस्ट्रेशन है. दैट इज द मोस्ट काइंड ऑफ वर्क वी डू हियर. सो उससे संबंधित मैं कुछ पॉइंट्स जो कि बहुत ही पर्टिनेंट हैं, मैं आप सबके समक्ष लाना चाहता हूँ. पहले मैं रजिस्ट्रेशन से संबंधित 12A और 80G से डालूंगा. प्लीज जो भी यहाँ पे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से संबंधित लोग हैं, चाहे वो ट्रस्टीज हों, चाहे वो प्रोफेशनल्स हों, बी वेरी केयरफुल अबाउट द ऑब्जेक्ट्स ऑफ द ट्रस्ट. हमने देखा है, हमारा अनुभव ये है कि जो ऑब्जेक्ट्स होते हैं वो 3 पन्नों में है, 4 पन्नों में है, 30, 40, 25, 30, आई मीन वेरी वेग, वेरी जनरल. और आई बेट कि बहुत सारे ट्रस्टीज और प्रोफेशनल्स को ही नहीं पता होता कि क्या क्या ऑब्जेक्ट्स हमने उसमें डाल रखे हैं. सो मेरा बहुत विनम्र निवेदन है, माय हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट, प्लीज बी वेरी स्पेसिफिक टू योर ऑब्जेक्ट्स. इट शुड बी लिमिटेड इन नंबर. Be very careful while drafting the objects. It should not be restrictive. If you have a public charitable trust, you should serve the public at large. It should not restrict the object of a trust to particular community, particular caste, particular section of the society. बहुत सारे 12A के रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए हमारे पास आते हैं. When we go through the objects, मैं ये नहीं कहता कि आप बहुत रिस्ट्रिक्टिव होके काम करते हैं. हो सकता है आप जो समाज को दे रहे हो बहुत वृहद स्तर पे हो, लेकिन जो आपके ऑब्जेक्ट्स हैं, अगर आपने वहां पे रिस्ट्रिक्शंस लगाया, बहुत सारे ऐसे मंडल हैं, बहुत सारे ऐसे वो हैं कि जो रिस्ट्रिक्ट कर देते हैं कि ये मेंबरशिप किसी एक पर्टिकुलर कास्ट के लिए है, पर्टिकुलर कम्युनिटी के लिए है, उसमें आपका 12A का रजिस्ट्रेशन इशू आ सकता है. सो बी वेरी स्पेसिफिक. आप 12A के लिए अप्लाई करते हैं, व्हेन वी कॉल फॉर एक्टिविटी रिपोर्ट, मैं जो भी यहाँ पे प्रोफेशनल्स हैं, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स हैं, उनको मैं संबोधित करना चाहूँगा, प्लीज बी वेरी स्पेसिफिक कि आपने 3 साल में क्या काम किया. जस्ट डोंट रिप्रोड्यूस द ऑब्जेक्ट ऑफ द ट्रस्ट. हमने सवाल ये पूछा कि आपकी एक्टिविटीज क्या रही 3 साल में या 5 साल में. तो मोस्टली क्या होता है कि जो आपके ऑब्जेक्ट्स ऑफ द ट्रस्ट हैं, आपने उनको उठा के वहां पे रिप्रोड्यूस कर दिया. ओके, उससे क्या होता है कि हमारे लिए बड़ी समस्या हो जाती है टू असर्टेन द जेन्युइननेस. मैं ये नहीं कहता हूं कि मतलब आपका इंटेंशन वो है, बट कभी कभी क्या होता है कि हमारा इंटेंशन बहुत साफ रहता है, लेकिन अगर हमारा काम कागज पे दुरुस्त नहीं है तो वो हमारे लिए समस्याएं आ जाती हैं. तो जब हम आपसे मांगे कि आपने 3 साल में क्या एक्टिविटी की, तो प्लीज बी वेरी स्पेसिफिक कि हमने ये एक्टिविटी की, उसमें ये हमारा खर्चा आया, उसके ये फोटोग्राफ्स हैं, उसकी ये सारी संबंधित चीजें हैं. जैसा हमने पहले कहा, इट शुड नॉट बी रिस्ट्रिक्टिव ऑब्जेक्ट्स ऑफ द ट्रस्ट. और दूसरा, मेरे जो भी प्रोफेशनल्स भाई हैं उनसे आई एम हम्बली रिक्वेस्ट, प्लीज गो थ्रू दी, जब आप रिन्यूअल के लिए आए या पहली बार रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए आए 1280G, सेक्शंस कौन से हैं, डोंट गो इनटू द रॉन्ग सेक्शंस. होता क्या है कि फिर अगर आप रॉन्ग सेक्शंस में आ गए तो ना उसका कोई उपचार हमारे पास है ना आपके पास है. वी हैव टू रिजेक्ट इट, देन यू अगेन गो टू दी IT80 और एनी फोरम और यू अप्लाई इट अगेन. तो अगर आपका प्रोविजनल है तो 12A1AC जो हमारा इनकम टैक्स का प्रोविजन है, अगर आपने प्रोविजनल ले रखा है CPC से 3 साल का, तो यू हैव टू कम अंडर द क्लॉज 3. अगर आपके पास रेगुलर है, यू हैव टू कम अंडर द क्लॉज 2. इफ यू आर कमिंग इन द क्लॉज 6 टाइप B, मेक श्योर कि आपने पहले कोई रजिस्ट्रेशन एग्जेम्पशन नहीं ले रखा हो. तो जो भी हमारे प्रोफेशनल भाई हैं, माय हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट इज, प्लीज आप, और बहुत सारों में मैंने देखा है, जो भी ट्रस्टीज हैं यहाँ पे, पुनानी जी के माध्यम से मैं उनको एक रिक्वेस्ट ये करना चाहूंगा कि जो बहुत बेसिक प्रोविजंस हैं, आप लोग प्लीज अपने आप को उनसे थोड़ा सा अकस्टम कीजिए, थोड़ा सा समझिए. क्योंकि अगर रजिस्ट्रेशन ही नहीं हो पाया आपका, तो सारी चीजें पटरी से उतर जाती हैं. तो कंप्लायंस से रिलेटेड जो भी टाइमलाइन है, ज्यादा नहीं होती, 4 5 10 टाइमलाइन. एक ऑफिस में जो भी ट्रस्टीज हैं, जो भी उनका ऑफिस है, तो मेरी उनसे विनम्र निवेदन है कि ऑफिस में एक चार्ट लगाइए, ठीक है, कि रिटर्न भरने की तारीख ये, ऑडिट रिपोर्ट भरने की तारीख ये, लास्ट हमका जो 12A का रजिस्ट्रेशन मिला हुआ है इस तारीख को मिला हुआ है, वैलिडिटी उसकी 3 साल की है कि 5 साल की है, अगला उसका रिन्यूअल का डेट है ये, ताकि दिस इंफॉर्मेशन शुड नॉट बी लिमिटेड टू एक आदमी कि भाई वो हमारा अकाउंटेंट था, बीमार हो गया, बाहर चला गया, छोड़ के चला गया, पेन ड्राइव ले गया. ठीक है. तो अगर हम ट्रस्ट हैं, क्योंकि हमारा उद्देश्य क्या है ना, हमें वो बहुत बहुत बड़े समाज को कैटर कर रहे हैं, तो इन छोटी चीजों की वजह से अगर रजिस्ट्रेशन ना मिलने में दिक्कत आती है, तो जितना कष्ट आपको होता है उससे ज्यादा कष्ट हमें होता है. ठीक है. और बहुत सारे ऐसे आते हैं, फिर आप डोनेशन के लिए लिखते हैं, फिर उसमें कि बीमार हो गया, ये हो गया, तो ये ऐसी स्थिति ही क्यों आए कि कोई एक आपका अकाउंटेंट है, कोई एक आपका CA है, कोई एक आपका ट्रस्टी है, जिसको ही ये चीज मालूम थी कि रजिस्ट्रेशन कब कराना है, कब नहीं कराना है. तो प्लीज हैव अ चार्ट इन योर ऑफिस रिगार्डिंग द वेरियस कंप्लायंसेस. जो चैरिटी कमिश्नर से संबंधित हैं उनको भी आप वहां पे लिख सकते हैं, जो इनकम टैक्स से हैं, और भी जो अदर लोकल लॉज हैं. 12AB4 स्पेसिफाइड वायलेशन इनकम टैक्स का है, उसमें कहता है कि आपको लोकल लॉ से कंप्लाई करना है। अगर आप स्कूल चला रहे हैं, आरटीई से आप हैं तो आपको आरटीई से, एफसीआरए से हैं तो जो भी लोकल लॉज हैं, तो जो भी बहुत सारे लॉज हैं, जो भी कंप्लायंसेस हैं, उनका एक चार्ट आपके ऑफिस में होना चाहिए। जो रिटर्न में नंबर है, प्लीज प्लीज प्लीज, वो एक सीए होता है, उसके पास मतलब वो चला गया तो वो मेल जा रहा है डिपार्टमेंट की तरफ से, वो हो नहीं रहा है, फिर उनका आता है कि साहब वो नंबर किसी और का था, मेल आईडी किसी और का था। तो जितने भी ट्रस्टीज हैं, जो भी मैनेजमेंट देखते हैं, आज ही आप जाइए, आप प्लीज ये चेक कीजिए कि इनकम टैक्स पोर्टल पे जो नंबर है और जो ईमेल आईडी है वो किसका हमने दे रखा है। क्या वो आदमी अभी भी हमारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से संबंधित है? नहीं है, पुराना नंबर है, उसको अपडेट करना है, प्लीज अपडेट इट। आजकल सारा कम्युनिकेशन थ्रू सिस्टम जाता है, अगर आप वहां पे चूक गए तो आपका कंप्लायंस नहीं हो पाएगा और फिर बहुत सारी उसमें समस्याएं आती हैं। आपका भी काम इंक्रीज होता है, हमारा भी काम इंक्रीज होता है। आई थिंक आई एम मेकिंग सेंस, आ रहा है? ओके, थैंक यू। दूसरी बात 80G से संबंधित मैं आऊंगा। तो रिलीजियस ऑब्जेक्ट ट्रस्ट का हो सकता है एज फार एज 12A इज कंसर्न, लेकिन 80G में अगर आपको रजिस्ट्रेशन चाहिए, देयर शुड नॉट बी एनी रिलीजियस ऑब्जेक्ट। बहुत सारे कोर्ट्स का बहुत सारा व्यूज लेते हैं वो, और बहुत सारे ट्रस्ट भी ये कहते हैं कि हाँ साहब, ऑब्जेक्ट्स तो हैं दो चार, लेकिन हमारा कोई खर्चा नहीं है, 5% की जो लिमिट है वो हम नहीं क्रॉस कर रहे हैं। तो बीइंग अ डिपार्टमेंट, जो प्रोविजन कहता है मैं उसकी बात रखना चाहूंगा, बाकी कोर्ट्स अपना लिबरल व्यू लेती हैं। तो बेसिकली क्या है, आपके ऑब्जेक्ट्स में कोई रिलीजियस ऑब्जेक्ट नहीं होना चाहिए, रिलीजियस पर्पस नहीं होना चाहिए। नॉट इवन अ सिंगल ऑब्जेक्ट कैन बी रिलीजियस। ठीक है, ऑब्जेक्ट आपके रिलीजियस नहीं है, हालांकि आपके इंसिडेंटल कुछ, आपने स्कूल किया, सरस्वती पूजा हुई, कुछ हुआ, भजन हुआ, कीर्तन हुआ, उसमें कुछ कुछ खर्चा आया, दैट शुड नॉट एक्सीड 5%। तो पहली बात तो आपका ऑब्जेक्ट रिलीजियस एक भी नहीं होना चाहिए, एंड सेकेंडरी, उसके बाद इंसिडेंटल आपका जो खर्चा आता है वो 5% से ज्यादा नहीं होना चाहिए। तो प्लीज मेक श्योर कि आप 80G के लिए जब अप्लाई करें, अगर आपको लगता है, जस्ट प्लीज गो थ्रू दी ऑब्जेक्ट्स ऑफ द ट्रस्ट। इसीलिए मैं कहता हूं कि बहुत नंबर ऑफ ऑब्जेक्ट रखने से कोई फायदा नहीं है, वो कहीं ना कहीं आपके लिए समस्या बना सकता है। बी वेरी स्पेसिफिक ऑब्जेक्ट्स, देखिए उसमें कुछ ऐसा ऑब्जेक्ट है जो रिलीजियस है, जिससे हो सकता है कि आपको समस्या आए, तो उसमें मेरा विनम्र निवेदन है कि उसमें चैरिटी कमिश्नर के पास एप्लीकेशन करके यू कैन चेंज योर ऑब्जेक्ट। सो ये बहुत बेसिक बेसिक सी चीजें हैं। एक तो आपको ये देखना है कि रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए आपको किस क्लॉज में आना है, आपके जो ऑब्जेक्ट्स होने चाहिए दे शुड नॉट बी रिस्ट्रिक्टिव। थर्ड ये है, 80J में आना चाहिए अगर आप आ रहे हैं तो इट शुड नॉट बी रिलीजियस इन दी नेचर। इसके अलावा भी कुछ दो चार चीजें हैं, समय कम है तो मैं एक कुछ कुछ ब्रॉडर पॉइंट्स में कवर करना चाहता हूँ। बहुत सारे लोगों को कंफ्यूजन होता है कि बीइंग अ ट्रस्ट कैन बी जनरेट प्रॉफिट, कैन बी डू बिजनेस। सो दीनल जी आई थिंक वी में कवर। सो बेसिकली सेक्शन 215 में अगर आप जाएंगे, इनकम टैक्स एक्ट 1961, सो दे हैव हाइलाइटेड दी व्हाट आर दी चैरिटेबल पर्पस। सो उसमें आपका मेडिकल है, एजुकेशन है, योगा है, रिलीफ टू पुअर है, कंजर्वेशन ऑफ फॉरेस्ट है, कंजर्वेशन ऑफ मॉन्यूमेंट्स है, एंड देन द लास्ट वन इज द जनरल पब्लिक यूटिलिटी। सो अगर आप जनरल पब्लिक यूटिलिटी को छोड़ देंगे, ऊपर के जो छह हैं उसमें इनकम टैक्स कहीं बार नहीं करता कि यू कैन नॉट डू एनी बिजनेस, सेक्शन 11(4)(a). बट उसमें दो कंडीशन है। कैन एनी वन टेल कि अगर एज अ ट्रस्ट हम प्रॉफिट जनरेट कर रहे हैं, कोई बिजनेस कर रहे हैं साथ में, तो हमको किन दो चीजों का ध्यान रखना है? एनी प्रोफेशनल? Okay, no issue. So, sorry, no, नहीं मैम, नहीं, दो ही कंडीशन है. इट शुड बी इंसिडेंटल. इंसिडेंटल का मतलब इट शुड बी पार्ट ऑफ योर टोटल ऑब्जेक्ट. एंड सेकेंडली यू हैव टू मेंटेन अ सेपरेट बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट. दो चीजें हैं जो ये डिटरमिन करेंगी अगर आप बिजनेस कर रहे हैं, अगर आप प्रॉफिट जनरेट कर रहे हैं, तो इट शुड बी इंसिडेंटल टू योर लार्जर ऑब्जेक्ट. एंड सेकेंडरी यू शुड मेंटेन दी सेपरेट बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट, सेक्शन 111(4)(a). जीपीयू की जहां तक बात आती है, जनरल पब्लिक यूटिलिटी, जो कि रिसेंट एडिशन है, 7वां, उसमें अगर आप देखेंगे पर्पज है. जीपीयू मतलब जनरल, मतलब एक सामान्य जनों के लिए. पब्लिक यूटिलिटी जो हमारे रोज के जीवन से संबंधित क्रियाकलाप होते हैं, गार्डन, ये वो, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट, जो भी चीजें हैं, जो भी इंटिटीज उनमें इन्वॉल्वमेंट में, वी कैन से कि दे आर इन्वॉल्व इन द जीपीयू. इन जीपीयू देर इज सर्टेन रिस्ट्रिक्शंस. इफ यू आर डूइंग अ बिजनेस, कॉमर्स, ट्रेड विद अ सेस और फी, तो पहली बात तो वो, जैसे हमने पहले गया, इट शुड बी इंसिडेंटल. एंड सेकेंडरी, टोटल रिसीट शुड नॉट एक्सीड 20% ऑफ द टोटल. ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जजमेंट है ऑर्डर में. जो भी प्रोफेशनल्स हैं, जो भी ट्रस्टीज हैं, मेरा एक ही विनम्र निवेदन है कि प्लीज गो थ्रू दैट जजमेंट. इट्स अ वेरी डिटेल्ड वन. इट कवर्स द वेरी ब्रॉड पॉइंट्स इन दैट. सो ये सारी चीजें हैं. तो बिजनेस करिए, लेकिन उसके साथ अगर आप कर रहे हैं तो जो भी उससे संबंधित प्रोविजंस हैं, इनकम टैक्स में दे रखे हैं, उनको वी हैव टू फॉलो. बाकी कभी आप लेट आपने फाइल किया, कंप्लायंस बहुत ज़रूरी है. सीपीसी प्रोसेसिंग करता है. सीपीसी इज अ मशीन. ओके, दे डोंट नो व्हाट योर, व्हाई योर ट्रस्टी इज नॉट फिट, योर व्हाई योर, अकाउंटेंट चला गया, सीपीसी नहीं सुनता है. ठीक है. फिर आप कंडोनेशन फाइल करते हैं, तो मेरा बहुत विनम्र निवेदन है, प्लीज बी वेरी क्लियर. कोई काम आप करो ना करो, ऑडिट रिपोर्ट आपको टाइम पे फाइल करनी है. आपको रिटर्न टाइम पे फाइल करना है. आपको रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए टाइम पे फाइल करना है. डायरी में लिखते जाइए, देखते जाइए कि साल में 4-5 तारीखें आएंगी, उन तारीखों में हमको एकदम सजग रह के अपना काम करना है. क्योंकि डिमांड खड़ी हो जाती है. ठीक है, आप भी सोचते हो कि पैसा तो, मतलब बीइंग अ ट्रस्ट, इनकम तो होती नहीं, तो हम इसको डिमांड कहाँ से देंगे. डिपार्टमेंट की तरफ से भी वो डिमांड दिखती है. तो दोनों का उसमें समय जाता है. तो इन्हीं सब चीज़ों को ध्यान में रखते हुए आई विल स्टॉप हियर ओनली फॉर द सेक ऑफ द टाइमिंग. और माय ऑफिसर्स आर हियर, यू कैन कांटेक्ट विद देम, हैव देयर नंबर, यू कैन कम टू ऑफिस एनी टाइम. कोई भी समस्या हो, प्लीज कम. थैंक यू अगेन, थैंक यू.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. और आपके प्रेजेंटेशन से ऐसा लग रहा था कि हमने जो मीडिया में सुना है, मीडिया में जो देखा है इनकम टैक्स के बारे में, लेकिन कितना सेंसिटिविटी ऑफिसर्स में है कि दे केयर फॉर द कम्युनिटी, दे केयर फॉर द एनजीओज, दे केयर फॉर द पीपल. और आपने बहुत शब्दों में हमको जो यू एक्सप्लेन अस अबाउट द एवरीथिंग, द 12A ATG, and also about the chart. I like the idea about the displaying the chart in our office so everyone is well aware कि renewal कब करना है, return कब file करना है, और that will help us to follow the track and submission on the time. So thank you once again, sir. Now I request Sri Rajendra Bhai Shah to hand over the memento to our retired Joint Commissioner Sri Chaudhary sir. No. Now I request our beloved Sri JT Panchal sir to hand over the memento to Sri Atul Pandey sir. we are at the end of our inaugural function. I request uh, Sri Tarak Bhai Luhar, sir, Secretary of NIB Gujarat State Branch. Oh, sorry. Before that, sorry for the mistakes. I request Sri Rajendra Bhai Sir to address from the presidential post.
Thank you, brother. Dignitaries on the dais, and representative of all NGOs. Once again, welcome over you. There are a lot of experts, so I will not take your time. I will give you only one thing. Ignorance cannot be excuse. The most important thing what we have to learn today is we have to know the rule and we have to follow it. And if we will follow, it will not be difficult at all. Only we have to follow. So to know the rules, we are here, and I'm sure today there will be good learning, and that will be very useful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for teaching us the very important principle of law. Ignorance of law, there is no excuse. So now I request Sri Tarak Bhai Luhar, sir, to extend the formal vote of thanks.
Respected people on the dais and off the dais. What a great session we had, where the ball was just to be set. Dr. Punani has given many points on which experts will be talking to us. I thank on this point of time, especially to K.R. Chaudhary sir, who came and make us understood that charity commissioner is there to support you and monitor your activities according to your constitution, according to your memorandum. Thank you very much, sir, for your precious time. I thank Shri Atulbhai Pandey, sir, from the Income Tax Department, the team also from the Income Tax Department. Sir, whatever we had a confusion or say little bit of threat, all those threats you have removed, and we are feeling that the income tax department is not just a check, but it's a helping hand if we go it and if we maintain the provisions and if we maintain the rules, and we are really helpful. Thank you very much, sir. Pandey sir. I would like to thank all the participants who are very much aware that they want to contribute to the society and they want to understand the newcomings. See, there are what Mr. Chaudhary sir said. There are more than 4 lakhs trusts registered and 2 lakh trusts in Ahmedabad itself, and only 200 persons are hardly here, and there are some people who are observing on the YouTube. So whoever has entered in this conference, or whoever is watching this conference, or whoever are going to watch this conference, I thank them for, because this is efforts which Blind People Association put to make awareness amongst the organizations, and whatever experience we have, we want to share it, and how we can also every organization can take the benefit of the provisions and take uh, uh, particularly points how to work particularly. So I thank all the participants. I thank Blind People Association for organizing this great program and great seminar. And particularly, I thank all the speakers, whichever names I am remembering, like Kausik Bhai Patel, Hafiz Dalal sir, and Dinal sir. And see, there are many people, and particularly the anchor, Bharat Bhai, who is our deputy director, and Rajeshwari Ben. Everybody, there are the people who are behind the curtain. There are people working in the on the stage, of the stage, and you will be seeing that because of the teamwork, the entire program goes very well. So I thank everybody, particularly our president and Rohit Bhai Shah and everybody, Dr. Bhushan Punani, who has taken a great pain to organize this program. So I thank everybody who are named and who are not named. I thank everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tarak sir. Now we formally announce our inaugural function is over. Now we move to the uh, next sessions, and I request Dr. Rajeswari to take over the session.
चेयर्स नीचे लगे पड़ से खाऊं. Thank you, Dr. Bharat Joshi sir, and good morning, everyone. I am pleased to begin the technical session today, and I would also like to inform regarding the session things. Each session will be 30 minutes long, and speakers are requested to complete their session within this time only. So you have to present your presentation during and cover this in 30 minutes, including the open discussion. We will also have open discussion after each session, but we will also have open discussion if we'll get any questions. So now we begin the first technical session on charity laws, and I warmly invite Sri Kaushik Bhai Patel, Chartered Accountant from Manu Bhai S. Shah and company to address this topic. Shri Kaushik Bhai Patel. Yeah. Just a minute, sir. So I request Rohit sir to invite and to provide gift to Shri Kaushik Bhai Patel sir.
चश्मा कौन है? आप તમારું લઈ લે. મને કહો. આમ છે.
So good morning to all of you. Once again, after a, a very good discussion, I think my role has been substantially reduced by the talk of Sri Chaudhary sir, and more particularly the compliance of the law relating to public trust in the state of Gujarat. First of all, I would like to compliment Blind People Association and the office bearers on completion of this 75th year. Congratulations to the team of Blind People Association. This is the third seminar in the series on capacity building. And I am the speaker invited for the search. I feel that I still need to learn more. As Prinani Sahib feels, because my earlier session might not have been useful. So I think that in lighter way, I would say that I need to improve. That is what the Blind People Association feels. But anyway, important thing is that makes me to learn more, to study the subject in greater detail on various laws applicable. Of course, my practice, I am basically in the field of audit and looking to the compliance of the charitable laws applicable to charitable institution from various angles. So, to start, I think will not take much of the time in preliminary matters because time available is very short, and briefly going to the topic allotted to me. So, basic theme is the capacity building for the charitable organization. It is called NPOs, non-profit organization, or NGOs, non-government organization. So, a question is, what is capacity building? Capacity building, as dictionary, it is defined as an intervention that strengthens organizational ability to fulfill its mission by promoting sound management, strong governance, and persistent rededication to achieving the results. So important two pillars, sound management and strong governance. These are the basic pillars on which the capacity of any organization can be built up. And in that direction, I think for the charitable institution, this is more relevant in the sense that now the amount of funds which is being handled by the charitable organization nowadays and the volume of activities which they are carrying out, in that context, the capacity building is very much relevant and important. In fact, Punani Sahib is not here, but when it comes, I will just give a brief suggestion also on that aspect. So before that, now let me go to the subject itself. Gita has taught us to give prominence to યજ્ઞ દાન તપ એ કર્મો આપણે કોઈ પણ પ્રકારે છોડવા ન જોઈએ. So I think that is the basic principle that our Vedas have taught us, and in that direction charity is very relevant and important. Question is why the regulation is required, and in that context which is the relevant law applicable to regulate these particular areas. First is principle of trusteeship and monitoring. A trusteeship, I think that has been discussed in the earlier session also. Charitable trust, they are being managed by the trustees. And Gandhiji himself preached in his life the principle of trusteeship. So in that context, the principle of trusteeship is very important for regulation. And in that context, the law of Public Trust Act, that is Mumbai Public Trust Act, or now it is Gujarat Public Trust Act, which regulates that principle. Second is prevention misuse of the fund, misappropriation or misuse of the fund. That also the provisions of the Trust Act are relevant. Governance for effective utilization, Trust Act provides for this. Business activity under the guise of charity, I think Income Tax Act is very relevant, and Deputy Commissioner of Income Tax just highlighted that aspect. So Income Tax Act is the act which regulates this part in the administration of the trust. Consideration of the national security. That is also one of the important aspects. And I think which is the relevant law in that context is the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, FCRA, that is relevant to particularly consider that part. And lastly, supplementing various government programs. And for that purpose, under the Companies Act, provision of CSR have been introduced from under 2013 Act. So these are the various laws requiring the regulation of the charitable organization, and on which I am going to deal with in very brief. First of all, what is the definition of the trust? And basic law is the Indian Trust Act. Of course, Indian Trust Act is not applicable to Charitable Trust Act, but it defines the trust. And basically, trust is an obligation relating to the ownership of a property and for the benefit of few person or for the public at large. So when it is for the benefit of closely held people or few person, it is called a private trust, to which the provision of the Indian Trust Act applies. But when it relates to the benefit for the public at large, then it is called the public trust, and to which the provision of the trust acts are applicable. So this is the application or meaning of the term trust. Coming to public trust, the definition of the public trust is given under the Gujarat Public Trust Act. I think Chaudhary Sahab explained that we had earlier Bombay Public Trust Act 1951, and in 2017, the name, so far as Gujarat state is concerned, is changed from Bombay to Gujarat. So now I will refer to the provision of the Gujarat Public Trust Act only, because now that is the act applicable to the charitable trust in the state of Gujarat. So it defines as an express or constructive obligation for public, religious or charitable purposes or both. And another important aspect is that it includes a society registered under the Societies Registration Act. I don't know how many of you are aware about this society type of organization, because the act is very old, 1860. And important thing is that every society registered under Societies Registration Act has to get itself registered under the Trust Act also. And the authority is the same. That is, the Charity Commissioner is the registrar of the society for the purpose of Society Registration Act. So Society Registration Act, and society registered under Society Registration Act is also a public trust if it includes the object relating to relief of poverty, education, medical relief, etc., but does not include. Remove this. Okay, fine. Thank you. So what are the background of the trust laws? Background is that under our constitution, there is a concurrent subject under the schedule which is listed in as item list 3, item 28 in the Constitution of India, and as per which the charity subject can be legislated both by the central and the state government. But as we see that there is no central act regulating the charitable trust all over India. So now virtually charity has become the state subject, and various states have devised their promulgated the Trust Act, not much act. Prominent act is the Mumbai Public Trust Act and our Gujarat Public Trust Act. So other states, to my knowledge, doesn't have specific trust act relating to the trust. Then question is, states though have not formed, they are governed by the relevant act under the Societies Registration Act 1860, or companies, if they have formed a company, then section 8 of the Companies Act 2013 contains the provisions relating to the charitable organization if it's a company. So we can have a three form of organization: charitable trust registered under Public Trust Act, society registered under Societies Registration Act, or a public trust, company under section 8 having a license. So broadly, the charity laws, as I understand, which need to be considered by all the charitable organization, of course, they will be dealt with in detail by the other speaker also. So Gujarat Public Trust Act, Society Registration Act, Companies Act. then Income Tax Act 1961. Now it is Income Tax Act 2025. Then Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, Goods and Service Tax Act. To some extent, it is applicable to some of the trusts which are carrying out certain type of activities. And then labor laws and local bodies regulations. These are also to be considered and cannot be ignored. Just this is a chart I have prepared in order to give a brief overview about the applicability of the three laws and how or compliance which we have to make. So in green, it is shown as the area of comparison, and red, it is the trust, society, and Section 8 company. Starting with the state legislation, to which legislation would apply? In case of trust, it is the relevant state act, that is, I said Gujarat Public Trust Act. Society, then Society Registration Act and Companies Act, Section 8. Document jurisdiction, who are the regulators? So in case of trust, it is the Charity Commissioner. Society Registration Act, Registrar of Society, which is virtually the office of the Charity Commissioner, and Registrar of Company in case of company. Which are the documents required for registration? In case of trust, it is the trust deed. In case of society, it is a memorandum of association and rules and regulations. And in case of company, it is memorandum of association and article of association. Number of members required to start with: trust minimum 2, a society minimum 7. In case of company, if it is a private company, minimum 2. If it's a public company, minimum 7. Who can be appointed, or what are the provisions relating to board of management or board of directors? In case of trust, it is to be provided under the trust deed. In case of society, it is to be under the regulations of the society by election or any other mode. And in case of company, under the article of association, it is also to be by way of election. Source of fund. Case of trust, it is normally by way of donation and grant. Society, it can be membership fee, a larger number of members are there, and that can be donation or grant. In case of company, it can be in the form of share capital, membership fee, grant, donation, etc. Investment of the fund. Section 35 of the Mumbai Public Trust or Gujarat Public Trust Act provides the provision relating to investment, so we have to follow those provisions. Society Registration Act, in the securities which is permitted, and particularly in the state of Gujarat, it is the Gujarat Public Trust Act will be applicable. And in case of company as such, there is no regulation requiring the compliance of any provision relating to investment, except that if the amount of investment exceeds the prescribed limit, like Section 186, then the provision will have to be complied with. What are the normal provisions should be included in the particular document relating to constitution of the particular entity? So in case of trust, the trust deed should minimum include the following the information: who is the name of the settler and what will be the object, name and address of the trustees and their powers, appointment, removal, and retirement of the trustees, who will be the beneficiaries, what will be the mode of investment and the power of investment, amendment of the object clause, how it can be made, how trust can be dissolved. Of course, public trust cannot be dissolved, as provisions of the Trust Act doesn't permit. And then question of payment of stamp duty is involved if the value of property which is settled for the purpose of trust, that will have to be considered. In case of society, the memorandum and article of association should include the object, who will be the member, who can be the member of governing body and committee, investment, prohibition on distribution of surplus to the members, and dissolution. And in case of company, the memorandum and articles should be in accordance with the provision of Companies Act 2013. So briefly, these are the provisions I think have already been dealt with by the earlier speaker, that is retired Joint Charity Commissioner. Just briefly going the change report, Section 22, very important. It has to be filed. Investment of the public trust, Section 35. Issue was raised by Mr. Punani regarding investment in mutual fund by the charitable trust. And as I understand, in Gujarat, the charitable trusts are not permitted to make investment in the mutual fund. So permissible investment are the deposit with the bank. That is the only mode. Or I think some of the government public sector undertaking, the deposits is permissible. And we have also to look into the provision of section 11(5) of the Income Tax Act. Alienation of the immovable property. There, if the charitable trust, because the property waste in the trust, that has to be confirmed by the charity commissioner. So if it has to be sold or transferred or leased, then also the application will have to be made to the charity commissioner, and prior permission will be required for alienation of the immovable property owned by the trust. Being an accountant, I would just highlight on the provisions applicable to the maintenance of account and audit. So every trust has to keep the regular books of accounts, which will include cash book, ledger, journal, etc. The accounts will have to be maintained in such a way that it should enable you to prepare the three basic statements. First is balance sheet, that is format prescribed in Schedule 8 to the Trust Act rules. Income and expenditure account for Form 9, that is also there in the Trust Act, and 9C, that is the amount of working for contribution payable by the charitable trust. So Form 8, 9 and 9C, they are the basic form in which the financial statement of the charitable trust are required to be prepared. Incidentally, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India had recently issued a guide on maintenance of account by the charitable trust, but they have provided that when a legislature provides the particular format, the accounts will have to be prepared in that particular format only. So the trust in the state of Gujarat and Maharashtra will have to prepare the financial statement in Form 8, 9 and 9C. Second is the accounting standard applicability. Institute of Chartered Accountants of India have also prescribed the accounting standard applicable to various entities, but they have clarified that this will be applicable only the commercial activity is being carried out by the institution. So the trusts which are carrying out purely charitable activities, the accounting standard are not applicable as prescribed by ACA. Another important thing for capacity building, I think I would see that state that use of accounting software is now very important, considering the volume of activity being handled by the trust, and in order to assure the accuracy and completeness of the accounting records and data, use of accounting software now is become very important. And the simplest software is the Tally software. I think most of the trusts have now started using the Tally software for maintaining the books of accounts and records. And control system, I think that is very important. Some of the trust, you see, basically they are handling with money, and question is of possibility of fraud and error. In order to avoid that, the trust should have a robust system of control to ensure that transactions, whenever they take place, at least maker-checker policy is in existence, so that chances of errors and frauds can be minimized. Audit of accounts. Accounts will have to get audited by a chartered accountant, and the time prescribed is within 6 months from the end of the financial year, that is 31st March every year. Auditor is to specify all irregularities, illegal and improper expenditure which trust may have incurred, failure or omission to recover monies from any other party or the trustees, and state whether the expenditure, failure, omission, loss or waste was caused or consequence of breach of the trust or not. That is the duty of the auditor to report. In addition to that report, auditor is also required to report on certain other matters. I think there are 13 other matters, like who maintained the accounts, who produced the account, whether the tenders were invited for expenditure incurred on property exceeding rupees 5,000, whether the trust funds were invested in the manner laid down under Trust Act. So these are various other specific matters which auditor is also required to comment in his audit report. Contribution to charitable trust, I think, sufficiently debated by the charity erstwhile speaker. So I am not going into it. 2% or 50,000 is the maximum amount which is required to be paid by charitable trust. Just ensure that whatever working has been made in Form 9C is properly done, so that chances of error or litigation at a later stage can be avoided. Only important thing is that important provision is that the exemption is given to the trust who are primarily who have a primary objective of spread of education and medical relief. But what the Office of Charity Commissioner takes a view that if trusts have other income like educational institution and they have some surplus land and a building which they have given on rent to other parties, then they are levying the contribution on the rent income, which according to me is not correct. But then that is the view which is being taken by the Office of the Charity Commissioner. Section 8 companies, normally I think, I don't know how many of you would be having operating the Section 8 company present over here. Any other? So Section 8 company as such, any issues in case Section 8 company? You have. Great. So compliance is to be made. File form MBP1 disclosure by the directors of their interest on 1st of April every year. Regularly holding the board meetings at quarterly intervals. Then filing of form DPT3 on or before 30th June, that is return of deposits. Annual general meeting to be held within 6 months. Form ADT1 regarding appointment of the auditors. Form AOC4 audited accounts to be filed within 30 days from the date of AGM, and MGT7 annual report to be filed within 60 days from the date of AGM. So this is the general compliance. From the governance perspective, the important point to be considered by Section 8 company is firstly that no remuneration should be paid to the members because it has to be in compliance with the license condition granted by the regional director to the company. And second is the restriction on distribution of dividend. No dividend can be distributed by Section 8 company. So far as trust societies are concerned, from the governance perspective, question is regular appointment of trustees, directors or members of the governing body, holding the meeting at regular interval of time by the board of directors or of the members, maintenance of the minutes book, I think, which is not being seen in many trusts, that minutes book are not maintained. And another important point is the transaction with related parties, which is also very important, both from the viewpoint of governance. From the Income Tax Act also compliance is very much required. So trust has to ensure and careful about dealing or carrying out the transaction with related party. The other related parties, I think my friends in dealing with the income tax will deal in greater detail. Grant Darpan registration. This is also, I think, one of the requirement which trusts have to consider, that if you want to avail the government grant, then the registration, Darpan registration is required with the Ministry of, with the Niti Aayog, the government of Gujarat. And sometime Income Tax Department is also asking while granting the registration under Section 12A or recognition under Section 80G of the Income Tax Act. So Darpan registration, it doesn't require much compliances, but wherever there are any changes, that those have to be intimated. CSR activities, there is a separate session on CSR so far as the trusts are concerned. Only question is that you have been, you should have been carrying out the activity during the last 3 years, and then you have to obtain a registration and file form CSR1 with the Register of Company before taking up any activity under the CSR provision. Goods and service tax. As such, charitable trust falls within the meaning of person under the GST Act. Activities is considered as a business wherever it is applicable, and activities also fall within the supply unless specifically exempted. And what is the exemption? Exemption notification of 28th June 2017 provides that any service by an entity registered under Section 12AA of the Income Tax Act 1961 by way of charitable activities, they are exempt from the provisions of the GST Act. So this is important, that GST Act provides exemption to the entities which are registered under Section 12AA of the Income Tax Act and carrying out the charitable activities. What are the charitable activities for the purpose of availing exemption under the GST Act? Is the public health by way of various care and counseling of ill persons, etc. Advancement of the religion, spirituality or yoga. Advancement of the educational program or skill development program, and preservation of environment, etc. So these are the activities fall under the exemption category for the purpose of GST Act. Compliance to be made, regular filing of return, first of all registration. If the amount of services exceeds 20 lakh or supply of goods exceeds 40 lakh, once having obtained the registration, monthly returns are required to be filed. GST is required to be filed every month. Then annual return before 31st December in Form 9 and 9C. So these are the compliances to be made, to which by the trust to which GST Act is applicable. FCRA, I will not go into greater detail, only thing that any entity which is receiving foreign contribution has to obtain the registration under FCRA. And the practical situation is that now the government of India is not granting FCRA registration freely. So it has become very strict, and registration, to avail the registration under FCRA is itself become difficult. So once you obtain a registration, then you have to comply with the requirement of FCRA, Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, which is the registration is, I think, available for a period of 5 years. Of course, earlier it has been said that now even the forensic audit may be ordered in case of trusts which are not complying with the requirement of FCRA by the central government. Compliances, annual return also is required to be filed with the then report for audit and books of accounts, that is also to be submitted. Restriction, there is a restriction on transfer of foreign contribution received to any other person. So it cannot be transferred to any other person and has to be utilized for the purpose for which it is availed. Other regulatory requirement, I think these are the basic laws which I discussed: GST, CSR, FCRA, income tax to some extent, and charity laws. And other local laws which are required to be complied with. First is obtaining, if you have an office, then registration under Shops and Establishment Act. So far as employees are concerned, the provisions you have to check up whether the provision of PF Act, ESI Act, or bonus and gratuity and professional tax are applicable to the trust or not. And local body regulation regarding property tax or waste disposal taxes, etc., need to be complied. So ultimately, I think this is what is in sum and substance the laws which are to be complied with by the charitable organization. And ultimately, the conclusion, which according to me is the capacity building requires the use of technology in the operations, because now it's a time all we are talking about AI, blockchain, etc. Trust may not go to that extent, but whatever the useful technology tools are available, they should be availed and make maximum use of it. Recruitment of the skilled personnel, and there I think I was going to suggest that an institution like BPA should start some course on capacity building, diploma course or something like that, so that I think it can be helpful rather than this type of seminar, which will be very short-lived. Instead of that, if a permanent solution, we have to find out some course on capacity building should be started by an institution like BPA. Training for imparting and skill development and sound governance system. How it will help? It will help in building up the image and goodwill of the organization, compliance with the various laws and applicable laws to avoid the penalties, ensuring that the donations received are not frittered away and the best use of the donation money is made, and ensuring the proper utilization of the funds for the object of the trust. Thank you very much for patient listening.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable inputs. I request Tarak, sir, to present memento and certificate to the speaker. Thank you. So now let's move forward for our next session. It's on Income Tax Act and Finance Bill. And for the same, I would like to request Aditi madam to welcome Dinal Shah sir. Yeah, with a gift of Aditi ma'am.
हाँ Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you very much to Blind Men Association for making me read something which is not a part of day-to-day practice. The provisions relating to the charitable trust and now called not-for-profit making organization called NPO. Hafiz Bhai is my senior professional colleague and I know him for maybe 35 years plus since I started practice. Vijay is going to speak on CSR. So let me give you a perspective on 3 or 4 important aspects between what the present law is and what is now coming. I would not use the word proposed because now Finance Act 25, applicable from 1st April 26, is a law. The President of India has already given assent to the law and therefore it is nothing like a proposed law. Before that, let me make 2-3 small observations on what Mr. Atul Pandey made some statements on certain accuracy in objects and the filling of certain forms. Gujarat, Maharashtra are 2 states in the country where there are genuine charities. I would not make a statement of other states, but the officers of the income tax department, officers of the GST department, their experience is across the world, across the country. And therefore, the trust factor on the charitable trust itself is a question mark. And therefore, they go into objects of the trust. There are settled principles, whether can I have a trust for a section of a society, and it is not something which is not there, which is settled by almost at the Supreme Court level. But still, the income tax department, by its temperamental on charitable objectives, they sometimes raise certain issues. But I would believe that I as a professional or you as a trustee or the people managing the charitable trust, there is a need for improvements of control system and awareness. Unfortunately, the professionals who are actually advising the charitable trust sometimes also take a shortcut or do not take the right approach after reading the law. What is corpus donation and what is voluntary contribution is established for years together and decades together. But today also I know financial statements of charitable trust, there is a complete confusion. And when you file ITR 7, and when you have to give a movement of corpus funds, they start scratching head. And therefore, what is important is, if you have a difficulty, go to certain experienced trust like Blind Man Association. There would be very few trust in Gujarat where you have a professional people like Bhushan Bhai or Rohit Bhai or Ashok Purohit who are working for a charitable activity. What Mr. Chaudhary said, in Gujarat there are 2 lakhs plus trust, 4 lakhs plus trust. In Ahmedabad itself, there are 2.5 lakh trust. To my understanding, and this is just a guesswork, there are not more than 200 to 300 trusts where you have a professional, qualified people managing the charitable activities. Otherwise, people just go and create the trust. And what Mr. Chaudhary said, the Gujarat Public Trust Act does not allow you to even close the trust or winding up the trust. Even changing the object of a trust itself is a headache. And therefore, 3 or 4 requests. One, whenever anybody says that I want to create a trust, please understand the objectives, what is the quantum of funds which is planning to raise over a period of time. I know many of my clients whose kids are settled in outside India. They are in India. Kids say, I want to donate 1 crore rupee for a charitable activity. Now everybody in this room understands that getting an FCRA registration is going to a moon. And therefore, if my relatives want to contribute certain funds for my foreign donation, that's the first non-starting point. You create a trust, but what next? So obligations, because ultimately trust by its nature, I am holding a fiduciary position as a trustee for the public funds. And therefore my obligations are substantial. But I don't have people, I don't have a people who can provide good services to the trust. There are, unfortunately, my fellow colleagues of professionals are also not much interested in this area of practice, because ultimately it is only an internal satisfaction and not a monetary satisfaction. And since it is not a monetary satisfaction, people don't want to come into this area. What Kaushik Bhai earlier said on Schedule 8 and Schedule 9, there are many people who understand how to prepare financial statement for the trust. And therefore, when you want to create a trust, have reasonably good people, take proper guidance from a professionals, from a people who are experienced. And now in the digital world, what Mr. Atul Pandey said, that you have to fill up correct clause. At least I am fighting 10 appeals where instead of clause 2, the clerk submitted clause 3. It's a pure bona fide human error. No intentions. But department has their boundaries and limitations. They can't do anything because I have not filed form in a correct form. And therefore, he will reject. I go to CIT appeals, I go to ITAT, another 1 year, 2 years of litigation. Till that point of time, a trust is not registered. If I start receiving donation, if I have an income, interest income, what will happen to that income? Will I go and pay tax? So in the digital world, filing of the forms with certain particular clause, take extra care so that in our digital forms, people at least reduce the number of mistakes. Today, we all have understood, at least in my professional life, I have understood what is called previous year and what is called assessment year. So for financial year 24-25, which is called previous year, it is always return is filed in the next year, which is called assessment year. So 24-25 is previous year, 25-26 is assessment year. And every timeline starts from assessment year. So filing of a form, filing of a return, scrutiny assessment, and then the further process of litigation. These two terminologies are now merged into called tax year. So now you only have a tax year, which is nothing but as a previous year, which is 24-25. So now that Section 3 of the Finance Act 25 has been amended to say there is no previous or assessment year, it is only tax year, which is now relevant. And therefore, for general public, it is easy to understand that I am filing my return for 24-25, which is nothing but a tax year. 2 or 3 structural changes have been made, and maybe at some time in future, we will come to know what are the implications. And let me give you a simple example. Today, Section 11, 12, 13, what we have understood for charitable trust, is grouped under the Income Tax Act as income not includable in the total income. In other words, this income of charitable trust is exempt from taxation if you fulfill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 conditions. So by basic principle, charitable trust income is not taxable, like agriculture income in India. Agriculture income in India is not taxable. Same principle, charitable trust income is not taxable in India under Section 11, 12, 13, called Chapter 3 of the Income Tax Act 1961. Now, this entire chapter has moved to a specific provision called Section 332 to Section 355. What is the change? If you see the jurisprudence and the legal, the High Court, Supreme Court judgment, the general principles of jurisprudence is that by law, if the income is not taxable, one would always take a liberal view that law itself says that this income is not taxable. There is an old board circular of 1958 which says when you compute income of a charitable trust, you compute as per commercial principles. Many of the senior people would know before 10 years, even depreciation was allowed for the purpose of application of income. A set-off of losses were allowed to be carried forward to the next year. Now that has been plugged under 11, 12, 13. But otherwise, the principles are that you compute income of a charitable trust on a commercial principles. And by basic foundation, income is not taxable unless you violate certain conditions. Now everything has moved from income exempt from taxation to a specific charitable trust related what I call a regime. Like an income tax, for a shipping business, there is a tonnage scheme. Similar to that, now you have a charitable trust specific conditions. So now from exemption, you are going to a specific regime of charitable trust. And therefore, the law jurisprudence says that if you have a specific provision of law, you interpret that very, very strictly. And in that strictness, one larger controversy, which Mr. Atul Pandey also referred, an order judgment of a Supreme Court or a New Noble Education Society, what is meant by profit, what is meant by business. A blind man association running a larger organization, at the end of the year, I make 10 lakhs of rupees surplus. Am I making a profit? Or am I actually carrying on a business activity? Therefore, I'm making a. So, does it mean that for every charitable trust, I can't make even a 1 rupee surplus? Institutions like IIM across the road, the profit is more than 100%. Is it a business activity? Is it a profit-making activity? The law is reasonably settled to say incidental profit or an incidental surplus is not a business activity. But this is a very, very debatable open question. Nobody has an answer. If you read one line of judgment of Supreme Court in New Noble Education, it says if you make profit more than 10%, now they have used the word 10%. Where is that 10% coming from? I don't know. But that is what the general message from the Supreme Court, that if you make a profit more than 10%, there are likely chances that people can take that you are carrying on a business activity. And therefore, this shifting of a chapter from exempt income to a specific section. The third, and which is a good change, there was always a debate in 11-12 that if I have a mixed subject between charitable and religious, what will happen? Now they have specifically added wholly charitable, wholly religious, wholly charitable or religious. All will be subject to a registration for the purpose of new law. In last 5 years, from 20 to 25, there would be minimum 25 amendments every year under the law. Last budget in 2024, 1023C was merged with section 11. I must appreciate the government on these. At least it is a good sections to read and grouped appropriately that what government wants from a charitable institution. It's a good drafted law with tables. All registrations requirement is now under table, that if you are in this situation, you have to apply within this particular timeline. Officer is expected to dispose of application within this timeline, and they will give you permission or registration for a particular period of timeline. It's a good format in table, which is easy to understand. It's at least I would not make comment for other sections, but 11, 12, 13 has been well drafted. As far as particularly in last 5 years, substantial complications were made in the provisions of law. The third broad change now they are made. We always used to learn what is income from a property held under trust. Now that terminology, they have divided into 3 parts: regular income, specified income, and a residuary income. What is regular income? Your regular income is investment from property, interest from property like bank deposits, the dividend income from public sector bank shares, or donations, or rental income. And then you have an application of income on your objects of the trust, administration of the trust. Specified income is income which you do not comply law. So if you invest into modes other than prescribed, like I go and invest into a listed company shares, that is a violation of a specific condition. And therefore that income would be treated as a specified income. And any income which is not a specified income, any income which is not a regular income, would fall into what is called a residuary section. Then you always have one section which was introduced 4 or 5 years back, and where now you have a judgment of a Tata Memorial Trust of a Bombay Tribunal on accredited income. What was accredited income? My registration is cancelled. What will happen? I was a charitable trust. I took registrations under section 11, and after 5 years I decide not to continue registration, or because I violated the conditions, department came and cancelled my registrations. What happens? I have to pay tax at a maximum marginal rate, which is now 35 plus surcharge education, on the fair value of the assets minus the liability. And there again, you have a table. How do you calculate the fair value on A minus A is equal to B minus C? So there are 4 streams of income: regular, residuary, specified, and an accredited income. One or two good changes which has been made. One, the entire registration formality came from 21 onwards. But there are many trusts who were registered for years together but did not follow the new law procedure on registration on provisional and a final registration. All those trusts have been given a window that all those trusts which were registered prior to 1st April 21 but have not taken registrations, either provisional or final, they also would be eligible to apply under the new law within a prescribed period. And if I'm able to justify the delay in making an application, then commissioner would be obliged to grant me a registration. So by one mistake of 4 years between 21 to 25 does not disentitle me from a past registration. And therefore, my registrations can continue. Only question would arise, what happens to this 4 years period? Because I am not registered in this 4 years period. Again, a law was amended 2 years back that if I violated certain conditions, if I did not register, the question is that would I go and be subject to an accredited income provisions of, because my registration is not continued. My personal view, particularly now under Finance Act 25, when a specific provision is made, I should not be subject to accredited income provision. But year to year income, if I have a surplus, I would be obliged to pay tax. I would not be able to claim exemption of 85% principal, which everybody is aware. The charitable purpose definition has remained same. There is no change. It's broadly same, except some marketing packaging which has been done. We always have understood what is called general public utility, GPU. Now that has been shifted to a separate specific section. But one change, if I am into an education, if I am into a medical, if I am doing preservation of monuments or preservation of environment or in yoga, then business activity can only be incidental. I cannot genuinely carry on a business activity. And therefore, earlier what I said about a surplus profit of 10% or more, I will have to prove that it is incidental. Many times, you publish certain publication, go and sell in the market. Naujivan Trust, they have a Gandhiji books getting a royalty by virtue of the original trust which was founded by Mahatma Gandhi. Can you say that this royalty is incidental to my propagating the Gandhiji's values, or is it something which is business activity? And therefore, somebody will have to argue and put up an argument that what I'm doing as a part of an education is only incidental to my education activity, and it is not something which I'm independently carrying on a business activity. As far as GPU is concerned, general public utility, yes, up to 20% of my gross receipts with a condition of separately maintenance books of accounts would be allowed, and I would be required to pay tax on that. But otherwise, on GPU, there is a specific provision that I am allowed to carry on business activity up to 20% of the gross. Earlier, Bhushan Bhai also referred to the accumulation of an income. So today, and the provisions which is coming from next year are the same, that I would be allowed to accumulate the income up to 5 years for a specific objective. I want to construct a building. I want to set up a laboratory. I want to do some large capital expenditure. I can accumulate the income for 5 years. And I can spend that income after that 5 years for the purpose of objects of the trust for which I have done the accumulation, which now under the law says deemed accumulation. Under the Finance Act 25, they have used the word deemed accumulation. Same thing, you are also allowed to accumulate for 1 year, which is also there under the present law. There is no change as far as those principles are concerned. The only thing you have to take care is you have to keep money into a prescribed modes. Only interesting, and this is more of an academic discussion. If you see Schedule 16, on the prescribed modes, there is no item like cash on hand. In other words, I can't keep 1 rupee cash on hand because it is not a prescribed modes of investment. Or I was learning with Hafiz Bhai few days back, and some trust came that we take properties on rent. I have to give a security deposit for 3 years and 7 years. There is no specific provision under that prescribed modes that I can give a security deposit for taking a property on rent beyond a period of 1 year. There is a provision up to 1 year. Beyond a period of 1 year, there is no such provision. And as far as Bhushan Bhai's comments on mutual fund under prescribed modes is allowed under 11.5, but only in case of a public sector bank or a public sector financial institutions or approved by the Reserve Bank of India. And therefore, if a Bank of Baroda or a State Bank of India launches a mutual fund, answer would be yes. But if a Franklin launches a mutual fund, answer is no, because it is not by a nationalist bank or a public sector bank or a public sector financial institution. The only thing I am not getting an answer on a technical front, what is meant by mutual fund launched by a public sector bank? Because every mutual fund is normally a joint venture between the two parties, a foreign investor and a local bank. Now, local bank may hold only 30%, the foreign holds 70%. Is it still a launch by a public sector bank? Or I must have minimum 51% controlling power in that mutual fund, then only I can say that it is launched by a public sector bank. I could not lay hands on that particular condition, but at least from a SEBI law, I would believe that there would be some condition, then only I can say it is launched by a public sector bank or public financial institutions. There are many donors who give donations in kind, like shares. The same provision that I must go and sell it off within 1 year. I can't continue beyond a period of 1 year from the year in which I get the shares. And this earlier it was like a proviso, now it is included into a specific violations of as far as that if I continue holding those shares, then it will be treated as a violation. The fair value will be treated as my specified income subject to tax. Last two issues. There is sometimes in my practice, I see that there is a confusion on corpus donation. Fundamentally, corpus donation means that a donation given by a donor for a reasonably long period of time, and the objective is that you spend interest on out of that corpus. That's a fundamental principle. But then there are large institutions where people want to associate their name with that fund, what normally we call earmark funds. There is no distinction between earmark fund and a corpus fund. It is same. It's only a terminology which is different. And therefore, earmark fund is also a corpus fund. It is not a voluntary contribution. Voluntary contribution is something which go to income and expenditure account for my yearly activities. The question would come that I would have given 1 crore of corpus fund. I earn interest of 6 lakhs. Over a period of 10 years, the interest would start reducing. My corpus itself, the capital gets reduced. But then many trusts I know that they raise further corpus fund from the same donor, or they request the donor that can you contribute more funds because of the lesser income, higher expenditure. So there is no confusion as far as earmark funds or a corpus funds. And the condition under present law, condition under the new law is the same, that the donor has to give a direction that it shall form part of the corpus of the funds. Inter-trust donation, inter-trust corpus donation, same provisions. There is no change as far as the law is concerned between the present act and the last and the new act. And the last is on merger. Finance Act 25 introduced a new section called 12AC for merger of a trust. And they say that if it is of the same or similar objectives and subject to certain guidelines, conditions prescribed by the government, the same section, the same principles are now incorporated into accredited income provisions. I am not sure whether the placing is right or not. Because accredited income principle is that I was a registered trust, I decided not to continue my registration, or my registration is cancelled. What will happen to my income or corpus which has been granted tax exemption in the past? And therefore they wanted to collect tax on that income which has not suffered tax in the past. That is an objective of accredited income. Merger of a trust has nothing to do with accredited income. I'm not sure why it is placed under a particular entry item in the accredited income provisions. I think whatever I could not clarify, I would request Hafiz Bhai to clarify. Thank you very much.
It was truly enriching session, sir. And to complement this session and to cover additional points and overall insights, we are privileged to have a Dr. Hafiz, sir. I invite him to continue this session.
Thank you, Bhushan Bhai, for giving me this opportunity. એ બાને મને કમ્પલસરી વાંચી લેવાનું 1 મહિનાની અંદર જરૂર પડી ગઈ છે. What we are talking about is Income Tax Act જે 2025નો ઓગસ્ટ 2025માં એનેક્ટ થઈ ગયો છે. Thank you, Dinelbhai, for covering આખું તમે કવર કર્યું છે. It helps me build up on that. In fact, Dinelbhai ઘણું બધું કવર કરી લીધું છે. We will not be going into minor details. તમને બધાને ઓલરેડી આ આપેલું છે. બધા કાઢો. I think we'll be going through that. પહેલું પાનું પ્રોગ્રામ સોરી પ્રોગ્રામનું પાનું છોડી દીધા પછીનું પહેલું પાનું જે છે that defines the charitable purpose એ આપણે જોઈશું અને છેલ્લા જે 3 પાના છે પેજીસ 2 આગળ પાછળ મળીને 4 થાય છે that is schedule 16 એટલે આ ચોપડીમાં 3 ભાગ છે પહેલું પાનું ચેરિટેબલ પર્પસ છે છેલ્લા 2 પાના શેડ્યુલ 16 એટલે ક્યાં ક્યાં ટ્રસ્ટ પૈસા ઇન્વેસ્ટ કરી શકે જે પહેલા આપણે સેક્શન 11(5) તરીકે ઓળખતા હતા હવે સેક્શન 350 થઈ ગયું છે 350 ની અંદર જે છે કે શેડ્યુલ 16 પ્રમાણે ટ્રસ્ટ પૈસા ઇન્વેસ્ટ કરી શકે ત્યાં છેલ્લા 2 પાનામાં છે દિનરભાઈએ જે મ્યુચ્યુઅલ ફંડની વાત કરી બેંક્સની વાત કરી તે તમને આ છેલ્લા 2 પાનામાં મળશે વચ્ચેના જે પાના છે બધા એ સેક્શન 11, 12, 13 જૂનના એક્ટમાં હતું એ હવે સેક્શન 332 થી 355 થયું તેની બિલકુલ એક્ટમાંથી નકલ કાઢી છે આપણે જેમ જેમ વાત કરતા જઈશું તેમ તેમ આઈ વુડ વોન્ટ યુ ટુ ટર્ન પેजेस એન્ડ રિફર ટુ ધોઝ સેક્શન્સ કે તમે બરાબર ગ્રાસ્પ કરી શકો છો સૌથી પહેલું ચેરિટેબલ પર્પસ હવે આપણે જોઈએ છે ઉપરનું અડધું પેજ જવા દો નીચે 23 નંબર ચેરિટેબલ પર્પસ લખેલું છે એ 23 નંબર ઇઝ અ સબસેક્શન ઓફ સેક્શન 2 ઇન્કમ ટેક્સ એક્ટના સેક્શન 2 ની અંદર વ્યાખ્યાનું ડેફિનેશનનું સેક્શન છે સબસેક્શન 23 ઓફ સેક્શન 2 એની અંદર ચેરિટેબલ પર્પસ ડિફાઇન કર્યું છે રિલીફ ટુ પુઅર એડ્યુકેટ આઈ હોપ બધા એ જોઈ રહ્યા છે રિલીફ ટુ પુઅર એડ્યુકેશન યોગા મેડિકલ રિલીફ એન્વાયરમેન્ટ મોન્યુમેન્ટ્સ અને પાછળ એડવાન્સમેન્ટ ઓફ એની અધર ઓબ્જેક્ટ ઓફ જનરલ પબ્લિક યુટિલિટી હવે આ ડેફિનેશન તમને કૌશિકભાઈએ સવારે ઇન્કમ ટેક્સ ચેરિટી કમિશનરનું કહ્યું બોમ્બે પબ્લિક ટ્રસ્ટ એક્ટનું કહ્યું ચેરિટેબલ પર્પસ ત્યાં પણ ડિફાઇન થયો છે આપણી પછી FCRAનું ડિસ્કશન આવશે તેની અંદર બી વોટ આર ચેરિટેબલ પર્પસીસ એ ડિફાઇન કરેલું છે there is no consistency between these definitions in બોમ્બે પબ્લિક ટ્રસ્ટ એક્ટની અંદર રિલીફ ટુ પુઅર એડ્યુકેશન મેડિકલ અને એની અધર ઓબ્જેક્ટ ઓફ જનરલ પબ્લિક યુટિલિટી છે FCRA ની અંદર સોશિયલ ઇકોનોમિક એવા બધા ટર્મ્સ વાપર્યા છે સો માય હમ્બલ સબમિશન ઇઝ કે આપણે જ્યારે ગ્રાન્ટ આવતી હોય ડોનેશન આવતું હોય પ્રોજેક્ટ પ્રપોઝલ આપતા હોઈએ ડોનરને બી વેરી ક્લિયર કે આ ગ્રાન્ટ મને કયા પર્પસ માટે આવી રહી છે ટુ ફિટ ઇન ટુ ધ ડેફિનેશન્સ ઓફ ઓલ 3 એક્ટ્સ બોમ્બે પબ્લિક ટ્રસ્ટ એક્ટનું તો રિલેટિવલી સિમ્પલ છે પણ FCRA જે લોકોના છે તે FCRA અને ઇન્કમ ટેક્સની અંદર તમારું આ કયા ડેફિનેશનમાં બંનેમાં ફોલ થાય છે ગ્રાન્ટ ઇન્કમ તે ધ્યાન રાખવું ઇઝ વેરી વેરી ક્રુશિયલ સ્ટાર્ટિંગ પોઈન્ટ છે જ્યારે આપણે બેલેન્સ શીટ બનાવવા બેસીએ છીએ વેન વી સ્ટાર્ટ કમ્પાઇલિંગ ધી અકાઉન્ટ્સ તે વખતે વી ડોન્ટ નીડ ટુ સ્ક્રેચ આર હેડ્સ કે આ આપણે ગ્રુપિંગ કયામાં કરવું છે કારણ કે ઇટ ઇઝ વેરી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ કારણ કે આપણે ITR 7 ભરવા બેસીશું ઇન્કમ ચેરિટી કમિશનરનું ફોર્મ નંબર 8996 ભરીશું તેમાં કયા ઓબ્જેક્ટ માટે આ પૈસા વપરાય છે એ સ્પેસિફિક લખવાનું જ હોય છે આગળના જે 5 હેડ્સ છે 6 હેડ્સ છે તેની અંદર દિનેલભાઈએ કહ્યું તે રીતે રિલેટિવલી સિમ્પલ છે પાછળનું એડવાન્સમેન્ટ ઓફ એની અધર ઓબ્જેક્ટ ઓફ જનરલ પબ્લિક યુટિલિટી છે દેટ ઇઝ અ રેસિડ્યુ ક્લોઝ કે આગળ દર્શાવેલા 6 હેડ સિવાય if you want to do any charitable activity then you may take recourse to the last head clause G any advancement of any other object of general public utility we'll come to this again when we go through the sections of 345 and 346 એની અંદર એડવાન્સમેન્ટ ઓફ જનરલ પબ્લિક યુટિલિટીની વાત કરીશું. Now we start with the actual act. Next page છે સેક્શન 332. બસ આગળનું અડધું પેજ છે કેન્સલ કરી લો. નીચે સેક્શન 332 થી ચાલુ થાય છે. I think Dinelbi has made my work relatively ઘણું easy. કઈ પ્રકારની ઇન્કમો છે? What are the types of income? દિનેલભાઈએ કહ્યું ને કે રેગ્યુલર ઇન્કમ, રેસિડ્યુઅલ ઇન્કમ, accredited income and specified income. એનું હવે રેફરન્સ આવશે. સેક્શન 12 આપણે જૂનના એકમાં રજિસ્ટ્રેશનની વાત કરતા હતા. અહીંયા આગળ ઇટ ઇઝ સેક્શન 332. એટલે નાવ વી આર સ્ટાર્ટિંગ વિથ ધ રજિસ્ટ્રેશન. કોણ રજિસ્ટર થઈ શકે? વોટ આર ધી એન્ટિટીઝ ધેટ આર એલિજિબલ ફોર રજિસ્ટ્રેશન? આઈ વોન્ટ ઇન્ટરેક્શન પ્લીઝ. કોણ રજિસ્ટર થઈ શકે? Correct. Trust, society, Section 8 company. These are the three commonly આપણે બધાને લાગુ પડે છે. પણ then there are listed also government funded entities હોય. પ્રધાનમંત્રી પેલું યોજના છે, ચીફ મિનિસ્ટરની યોજના છે, એ બધા સ્પેસિફિક ટ્રસ્ટ થયેલા છે. એ બધા બી સેક્શન 332 માં રજીસ્ટર થાય છે. સવારે આઈ થિંક ભૂષણભાઈએ જ વાત કરી about a trust being required to be irrevocable, જે અત્યારે આ એક્ટમાં એ લોકોએ મૂકેલું છે. પહેલા ઇટ વોઝ ઓલવેઝ ઇમ્પ્લાઇડ કે ટ્રસ્ટ બનાવો એટલે રિવોક ના કરી શકાય, નહીં થતા હોય. વોટ ઇઝ એક્ઝેક્ટલી રિવોકેબલ? કોઈ કહી શકે વોટ ઇઝ રિવોકેબલ? A settler settles property in trust to the trustees for the benefit of beneficiaries. So you need a settler and a set of trustees for beneficiaries. Property is settled in trust. Actually, આની ઉપર ખાસી અમારે બીજા સ્ટડી સર્કલ્સમાં બીજા બધા સાથે ડિસ્કશન થઈ છે. આ ક્લોઝ અત્યારે પહેલા બી were of the opinion that it is applicable, ભલે અહીંયા irrevocable trust લખ્યું છે, but it is applicable also to societies and Section 8 companies. હજુ ક્લેરિટી નથી, પણ ફોર્ચ્યુનેટલી ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટે ફોર્મ 10AB અત્યારે રિન્યુઅલ ઓફ 12A ની એપ્લિકેશન માટેનું ફોર્મ કાઢેલું છે. તેની અંદર ઇફ યુ આર અ ટ્રસ્ટ તો પછી બે જ ક્વેશ્ચન નીચે આવે છે કે વેધર ધ ક્લોઝ ઓફ ઇરિવોકેબલ ઇઝ ઇન યોર ટ્રસ્ટ ડીડ ઓર નોટ. તો તમને એ જવાબ આપવા દે છે. ઇફ યુ સે યુ આર અ સોસાયટી ઓર અ સેક્શન 8 કંપની, ઓટોમેટિકલી ઇરિવોકેબલનું સેક્શન ક્વેશ્ચન છે એ બ્લેન્ક આઉટ થઈ જાય છે. એટલે યુ આર નોટ રિક્વાયર્ડ ટુ આન્સર દેટ ક્વેશ્ચન. So impliedly, the department, income tax department, has taken a view that irrevocable clause needs to be there only in case of a trust. પણ આગળ પણ વાત થઈ તે રીતે સ્ક્રુટિનીના જ્યારે પેલું ક્વેશ્ચન આવે છે, when your case is picked up for scrutiny, તમને 15-20 આઇટમનું ક્વેશ્ચનર મોકલી જ આપે છે. એની અંદર આઈટીઓ સિસ્ટમ સોસાયટીને સેક્શન 8 કંપનીને પણ આ એમ પેલું કમ્પલ્ઝન કરે છે કે તમારા ટ્રસ્ટ ડીડમાં તમારા બંધારણની અંદર તમારા મેમોરેન્ડમની અંદર આ ક્લોઝ નથી, એટલે તમારું 12A રિન્યુઅલ ના કરીએ. અત્યારે 332 તમને રજિસ્ટ્રેશન કેમ અમે ના પાડીએ? My reading now is that a society and a Section 8 company is formed by members. There is no settler. See, revocation આપણે પાવર ઓફ એટર્ની બનાવીએ છીએ ભૂષણભાઈ. પાવર ઓફ એટર્ની ઘણીવાર હવે ઇરિવોકેબલ બનાવીએ છીએ, કારણ કે ઘણીવાર એમ પેલું પ્રોપર્ટી ટ્રાન્ઝેક્શન્સ હોય, પાવર ઓફ એટર્ની આપ્યા પછી યુ વોન્ટ ટુ એન્શ્યોર કે રિવોક ના થઈ ગયો હોય. સો revocation right is vested only in a settler, only in a donor. In case of a society or Section 8 company, there are no settlers, there are no donors. Members come together and form a society. Members come together and promote a Section 8 company. So hopefully this clause will be applicable only to trusts. But ઓન અ સેફર સાઇડ સોસાયટીને સેક્શન 8 કંપનીના પણ બંધારણની અંદર આ ક્લોઝ મુકાઈ દેવો એડવાઇઝેબલ છે. What we are also now advising, 30 September is the last date for filing your application for renewal for 12A. So what we are also advising all our trusts is that charity commissioner ને section 22 નીચે ફેરફાર રિપોર્ટ ભરી પાસ અ રેઝોલ્યુશન એન્ડ તમારું આ એક ક્લોઝ તમારા ટ્રસ્ટ ડીડમાં કે મેમોરેન્ડમ ઓફ સોસાયટીની અંદર તમે એડ કરાવી દો. સોસાયટીની અંદર એમ પેલું જરૂરી નથી, તમે છતાં બી પ્રિકોશન તરીકે ઇરિવોકેબલ ક્લોઝ તમારા બંધારણમાં એડ કરાવી દો. સો દેટ ઇઝ વોટ વી આર સોર્ટ ઓફ ટેકિંગ એક્શન જસ્ટ નાઉ. 30 સપ્ટેમ્બર હજુ 10 દિવસ આપણી પાસે બાકી છે. I hope everyone is following, બધા એમ પેલું ફોલો કરી રહ્યા છે. It's 332 સેક્શનની અંદર રિલિજિયસ એન્ડ ચેરિટેબલ બે ટ્રસ્ટ છૂટા હોવા જોઈએ એ પહેલા પણ વાત થઈ ગઈ છે. પણ એની અંદર તમે જોશો તો 1961 પહેલા before the enactment of the 1961 Act, if there is a trust which has religious and charitable objects also, they continue to be valid charitable trusts. એટલે જો જૂની સોસાયટી હોય કે જૂનું ટ્રસ્ટ હોય 332ની અંદર એ સ્પેસિફિક એ લોકો અલાવ જ કર્યું છે. If your constitution is of prior to the enactment of 1961 Income Tax Act, then you can continue to have mixed objects of religion and charity. I'm not going into this table. જે દિનેલભાઈ કીધું બહુ જ સુંદર રીતે લોકો આપ્યું છે. રજિસ્ટ્રેશનની પ્રક્રિયા શું સિસ્ટમ છે, કયા સ્ટેપ્સ છે, કઈ રીતનું ટાઈમ લિમિટ છે, એ આખું આ ટેબલમાં આપેલું છે. If there is a fault in filing your 10AB registration application or renewal application, Commissioner has the power to condone the delay or default. Commissioner જો તમને એમ પેલું કંડોન કરે તો તમારું રજિસ્ટ્રેશન ગ્રાન્ટ થશે. કેટલો વખત માટે ગ્રાન્ટ થાય છે આ રજિસ્ટ્રેશન? પ્લીઝ, આઈ વોન્ટ ઇન્ટરેક્શન. રજિસ્ટ્રેશન 12A નું કેટલો વખત માટે આપે છે? 5 years. 5 yearsનું કંઈક અમેન્ડમેન્ટ આવેલું છે. 5 કરોડથી નીચેના ટ્રસ્ટ હોય તેને હવે રજિસ્ટ્રેશન 10 વર્ષનું છે. એટલે તમારું 5 કરોડથી ઉપરનું ટ્રસ્ટ હોય, પ્રીવિયસ 2 વર્ષની અંદર તમારો વકરો, તમારું વોલ્યુમ 5 કરોડથી નીચે હોય તો તમારું 10 વર્ષનું રજિસ્ટ્રેશન 12A નું મળશે, 332નું મળશે. ઓછું હોય તો 10 વર્ષનું મળશે. સોરી, 5 કરોડથી ઓછું હોય તો 10 વર્ષનું મળશે. 5 કરોડથી વધારેનું ટર્નઓવર હશે તો તમારે 5 વર્ષનું મળશે. આ પણ અત્યારે ક્વેશ્ચન ઘણાના માઇન્ડમાં છે, ઘણા ટ્રસ્ટોને છે કે અત્યારે અમારે 5 કરોડથી નીચેનું ટર્નઓવર છે તો અમારું રજિસ્ટ્રેશન અમારે ઓટોમેટિક 10 વર્ષનું ગણવાનું કે નહીં ગણવાનું? અમે ના પાડીએ છીએ કે અત્યારે તમારું જે 12A રજિસ્ટ્રેશન આવ્યું છે 31/3/26 સુધીની જ વેલિડિટીનું છે. there is no implied clause કે આ 2025ની અંદર સીતારામને અમેન્ડમેન્ટ કર્યું એટલે તમારું રજિસ્ટ્રેશન હવે 2031 સુધી એક્સટેન્ડ થઈ ગયું છે. તો everyone must file the renewal application in the next 10 days. તમે 5 કરોડથી નીચે હો તો પણ તમારું રિન્યુઅલ એપ્લિકેશન બધાના કરાવી દેવાના. Section 334, next page पर. It talks of two types of income: regular income and specified income. પાછળ સેક્શન 351ની અંદર accredited income નો પણ ઉલ્લેખ આવશે. તો મેઇનલી there are 3 incomes. આમ તો રેસિડ્યુઅલ ઇન્કમ એટલે 4 ઇન્કમ થઈ. પણ there are, for all our practical calculations, discussions, 3 છે. રેસિડ્યુઅલ ઇન્કમ જ્યાં કંઈક બીજે ફિટ ના થતી હોય રેસિડ્યુઅલ ઇન્કમ બી તમારી ઇન્કમ છે. રેગ્યુલર ઇન્કમ, સ્પેસિફાઈડ ઇન્કમ અને એક્રેડિટેડ ઇન્કમ. સ્પેસિફાઈડ ઇન્કમ અને એક્રેડિટેડ ઇન્કમની પછી વાત કરીએ. રેગ્યુલર ઇન્કમની અંદર તમારું નોર્મલ જે ચેરિટેબલ કે રિલિજિયસ એક્ટિવિટીઝ કરીએ છીએ આપણે, તેનો જે બી ઇન્કમ જનરેટ થતી હોય, that is one of the components of regular income. તમારી ભાડાની પ્રોપર્ટી હોય, ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ કર્યું હોય તો તમારે વ્યાજ આવતું હોય, ડોનેશન્સ કે ગ્રાન્ટ્સ આવતી હોય, all those are components of your regular income. આપણે આગળ પેલું ચેરિટેબલ પર્પસમાં એની અધર ઓબ્જેક્ટ ઓફ જનરલ પબ્લિક યુટિલિટી જોયું, અથવા તો ઉપરના 6 નિયમમાં તમારી की ઇન્સિડેન્ટલ બિઝનેસ એક્ટિવિટી હોય, ઇન્સિડેન્ટલ કમર્શિયલ એક્ટિવિટી હોય, એમાંથી તમારી જનરેટ થતી હોય, તો that is also a part of your regular income. કમર્શિયલ બીજામાં તો સિમ્પલ છે, ડોનેશન જે આવ્યું છે કે ભાડાની ઇન્કમ આવી છે, ચેરિટેબલ એક્ટિવિટી કરો છો ને એમાંથી જે કંઈ ઉપજ આવે છે, all that are easy to know and identify and compute. કમર્શિયલ એક્ટિવિટી, સપોઝ અહીં હોસ્પિટલ છે, દવાની દુકાન છે નીચે ગ્રાઉન્ડ ફ્લોરની ઉપર, એન્ટ્રન્સમાં બધી જ હોસ્પિટલમાં દવાની દુકાન હોય, સો દેટ ઇઝ અ કમર્શિયલ એક્ટિવિટી ઇન્સિડેન્ટલ ટુ યોર મેઇન ઓબ્જેક્ટ્સ. આમ તમે દવાની દુકાનનો છૂટો ધંધો નથી કરતા, ઇટ ઇઝ અ ઇન્સિડેન્ટલ કમર્શિયલ એક્ટિવિટી. એ દવાની દુકાનનો સપોઝિંગ તમારો વર્ષે દિવસે 50 લાખનો વકરો આવ્યો, 40 લાખનો ખર્ચો થયો, 10 લાખનું સરપ્લસ થયું, તો રેગ્યુલર ઇન્કમમાં તમારી ડોનેશન ઇન્કમ, ભાડાની ઇન્કમ, વ્યાજની ઇન્કમ, ચેરિટેબલ હોસ્પિટલ છે તો પેશન્ટની ઇન્કમ, ઓપીડીની ઇન્કમ આવશે, એ બધી ઇન્કમ તો લખશો. દવાની દુકાનો તમે કયો આંકડો લેશો? 50 લાખ વકરો લેશો કે સરપ્લસ 10 લાખ થયો તો લેશો? કરેક્ટ, કરેક્ટ. ત્યાં વકરો નથી લેવાનો, ગ્રોસ રિસીટ નથી લેવાની. યુ હેવ ટુ ટેક ધ ગેઇન, શબ્દ અહીંયા ગેઇન લખેલો જ છે, યુ હેવ ટેક ધ સરપ્લસ, ધ પ્રોફિટ from your commercial activity for calculating your regular income. That is on next page. Gains from commercial activity permissible under section 344 and 345. જ્યાં કમર્શિયલ એક્ટિવિટી તમારા ઉપરના 6 નિયમમાં કે એની અધર ઓબ્જેક્ટમાં જીપીયુમાં પરમિટ કરે છે, ત્યાં ગેઇન્સ શબ્દ છે, એટલે બી વેરી ક્લિયર, ઇટ ઇઝ નોટ યોર ટોટલ રિસીટ ઓફ દેટ દવાની દુકાન, it is only your net surplus of that દવાની દુકાન જે તમારે રેગ્યુલર ઇન્કમમાં લેવાની. એ પછી એનું ટેક્સેબલ કઈ રીતે થાય છે, સેક્શન 336માં વાત કરી છે, વિલ કમ બેક ટુ ધેટ અગેન. પછી સ્પેસિફાઈડ ઇન્કમ જે લે છે સેક્શન 337, દેટ ઓલ્સો વિલ કમ બેક ટુ ધેટ. અત્યારે રેગ્યુલર ઇન્કમ સાથે તમારું એપ્લિકેશન કયા કયા તમને મળે તે આપણે લઈએ છીએ. આઈ એમ મોર કમ્ફર્ટેબલ એક્ટમાંથી. સેક્શન 341 છે. રેગ્યુલર ઇન્કમમાંથી તમારી એ ચેરિટેબલ એક્ટિવિટી માટેના જે ખર્ચા છે એ બધા તમારે એપ્લિકેશન તરીકે મજરે લેવાના છે. સેક્શન 341 સિમ્પલ જે એક્ટિવિટી કરો છો એને માટે જે ખર્ચા કર્યા છે એ મજરે મળે જ છે. કેપિટલ એક્સપેન્ડિચર ફોર યોર ચેરિટેબલ એક્ટિવિટીઝ ઓલ્સો તમે એપ્લિકેશનમાં લઈ શકો છો, કમ્પલ્સન નથી. તમે કેપિટલાઇઝ કરીને એની ઉપર ડેપ્રિસિએશન લેતા હો તો સેપરેટ અકાઉન્ટિંગ કરવાની તમારી ફરજ છે, તો યુ વિલ બી એલિજિબલ ફોર ડેપ્રિસિએશન. પણ મોસ્ટ ટ્રસ્ટ they generally claim the capital expenditure itself as an application. એટલે તમારે કેપિટલ એક્સપેન્ડિચર થયો તે બી તમારે એપ્લિકેશન 341 ની અંદર લઈ શકો છો. કોઈ એસેટ તમે તમારું પાસ્ટનું કોર્પસ છે એમાંથી તમે કોઈ ખર્ચો કર્યો કે કઈ એસેટ વસાવી, તો એ ખર્ચો કે એ કેપિટલ એક્સપેન્ડિચર પહેલા 21 I think it has been said કે ખર્ચો કરો કે તે વખતે તમારે એ એપ્લિકેશનમાં નહીં મળે. when you repay that fund to the corpus, સપોઝિંગ કોર્પસમાંથી મેં વ્હીકલ વસાવવા 10 લાખ રૂપિયા ખેંચીને લીધા, તો તે વખતે મને 10 લાખ વ્હીકલનો ખર્ચો એપ્લિકેશનમાં નહીં મળશે. પણ when I plow back my surplus in future years back to my corpus, ફરીથી કોર્પસનું જે હતું તે પાછું ઊભું કરી દઉં, તે વર્ષમાં એ 10 લાખ વ્હીકલના પૈસા જે મેં કોર્પસમાંથી ઉપાડ્યા હતા તે વર્ષમાં મને પાછા એપ્લિકેશનમાં મળશે. સેમ પ્રિન્સિપલ ગોઝ ઓલ્સો ફોર લોન્સ. બેંકમાંથી લોન લઈને કે મેં એસેટ લીધી હોય, કોઈ બીજા પાસે ફાઇનાન્શિયલ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનમાંથી લીધી હોય, તે લોન લેતી વખતે પણ જે મેં ખર્ચો કર્યો છે, જે કેપિટલ એક્સપેન્ડિચર કર્યો છે, that will not be allowed as a application. When I repay the loan, તે વખતે it will be permitted as an application. આમાં 2-3 રિક્વાયરમેન્ટ છે કે આ તમારું repayment of corpus or repayment of loan has to be in the succeeding 5 years only. 5 વર્ષ પછી તમારી લોનના હપ્તા માનો 10 વર્ષ સુધી ચાલતા હોય તો 6થા થી 10મા વર્ષના તમારા લોનના હપ્તા તમે એપ્લિકેશનમાં ક્લેમ નહીં કરી શકો, વિચ ઇઝ sort of a harsh provision. દેશે કે આવતા 5 વર્ષની અંદર જ તમારું લોનનો કે કોર્પસનું રિપેમેન્ટ થતું હોય એટલું તમે એપ્લિકેશનમાં ક્લેમ કરી શકો છો. Application in the sub clause એ લોકોએ સેક્શન subsection 5 341 subsection 5 એ છે કે તમારે આ વર્ષે પૈસા આવ્યા છે ને નેક્સ્ટ 31 માર્ચ પછી નેક્સ્ટ 1 વર્ષમાં એ પૈસા વાપરી કાઢવાના જ છે, નક્કી છે, તો તમે એ ડીમ્ડ એપ્લિકેશન છે. યુ હેવ ટુ ફાઇલ અ ફોર્મ વિથ ધ ઇન્કમ ટેક્સ ઓથોરિટીઝ એન્ડ સે કે આ પૈસા આ વર્ષે મેં નથી વાપર્યા, નેક્સ્ટ 1 વર્ષમાં હું વાપરી કાઢીશ. You have to give the purpose and it has to be utilized within that financial year ending 31st March next year. આ બધું તમારું એપ્લિકેશન થયું. આગળ 338 જરા જોઈ લઈએ. Earlier expenditure incurred outside India. આપણા ઘણા ટ્રસ્ટોને હજુ પણ એ પોઈન્ટ નડે છે. સપોઝિંગ કોઈ સ્ટુડન્ટ્સને ફોરેન સ્ટડીઝ માટે આપણે ગ્રાન્ટ આપીએ છીએ, સ્કોલરશિપ આપીએ છીએ, ઇઝ ઇટ એન એક્સપેન્ડિચર ઇન્કર્ડ ઇન ઇન્ડિયા ઓર એક્સપેન્ડિચર ઇન્કર્ડ આઉટસાઇડ ઇન્ડિયા? આમાં ફોર્ચ્યુનેટલી લિટિગેશન્સ, એજ્યુકેશન કે મેડિકલ પૈસા જે બેનિફિશરીના કોઈ મેજર સર્જરી માટે અબ્રોડ જવું પડ્યું ને ટ્રસ્ટ છે એને એમ્પ્લુમ મેડિકલ સર્જરી માટે 20-25 લાખ રૂપિયા આપ્યા, એ સ્ટુડન્ટને ભણવા માટે એમ્પ્લુમ આપે છે 20-25 લાખ રૂપિયા, તો ઇઝ ઇટ એન એક્સપેન્ડિચર ઇન્કર્ડ ઇન ઇન્ડિયા ઓર આઉટસાઇડ ઇન્ડિયા? ફોર્ચ્યુનેટલી આની ઉપર લિટિગેશન થયું નથી, પણ ઇટ્સ અ ગ્રે એરિયા. એટલે ટ્રસ્ટ બેનિફિશરીના અકાઉન્ટમાં ઇન્ડિયામાં પૈસા ટ્રાન્સફર કરી દેશે. એટલે એઝ ફાર એઝ ટ્રસ્ટ તો એવું કહે છે કે પૈસા વી હેવ પેડ ઇન ઇન્ડિયા, સો ઇટ ઇઝ એક્સપેન્ડિચર ઇન્કર્ડ ઇન ઇન્ડિયા. પણ થોડુંક આઈ ફીલ ઇટ્સ ઓન અ વીક ગ્રાઉન્ડ, કારણ કે તમે પૈસા આપો છો ત્યારે એડવાન્સ આપો છો. તમારા અકાઉન્ટ્સની અંદર ખર્ચો બુક કરવા માટે તમે બધા જ સપોર્ટિંગ એ બેનિફિશરી પાસે લેશો. ત્યાં ફોરેન યુનિવર્સિટીમાં એનું એડમિશન મળ્યું હશે, ત્યાં ટ્યુશન ફી યુનિવર્સિટીની ભરી હશે, કે હોસ્પિટલમાં દાખલ થયો હશે, ત્યાં સર્જરીના ડૉક્ટરના કે હોસ્પિટલના બિલ આવશે. એટલે અલ્ટિમેટલી ઓલ યોર એક્સપેન્ડિચર ઓન રેકોર્ડ કમ્સ એઝ એક્સપેન્ડિચર ઇન્કર્ડ આઉટસાઇડ ઇન્ડિયા. યુ હેવ ટુ બી કેરફુલ. નો સેક્શન 338 ની અંદર બોર્ડની પરમિશન, બોર્ડ એટલે CBDT, સેન્ટ્રલ બોર્ડ ઓફ ડાયરેક્ટ ટેક્સીસ, એની પરમિશનથી income which is applied outside India is permissible provided it is for India promote international welfare in which India is interested. બોર્ડ પરમિશન આપે કે આ ખર્ચો તમે બહાર કરો જેની અંદર કન્ટ્રીને ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ છે કે ઇન્ટરનેશનલ વેલફેરની અંદર વી આર સોર્ટ ઓફ ઇન્ટરેસ્ટેડ, તો એ પરમિશન હોય બોર્ડનું તો તમે ખર્ચો કરી શકો છો. 338ની અંદર નીચે કોર્પસ ડોનેશનનો પણ રેફરન્સ છે કે કોર્પસ ડોનેશન રિસીવ્ડ ઇઝ નોટ માય રેગ્યુલર ઇન્કમ, ઇઝ નોટ માય ઇન્કમ, ઇટ ઇઝ અ કેપિટલ રિસીવ્ડ. હવે આ બે ઇન્કમ તમારી રેગ્યુલર ઇન્કમની અંદર ના આવે. We are again comparing this કે રેગ્યુલર ઇન્કમ અને એનું એપ્લિકેશન ગણ્યું હતું. સો કોર્પસ ડોનેશન ઇઝ નોટ પાર્ટ ઓફ યોર રેગ્યુલર ઇન્કમ એન્ડ એક્સપેન્ડિચર ઇન્કર્ડ આઉટસાઇડ ઇન્ડિયા વેર ધ બોર્ડ હેઝ પરમિટેડ, જો એક્સપેન્ડિચર તમે કરવા માટે ઇન્કમ રેવન્યુ ઇન્કમ આવી છે, વોલન્ટરી ડોનેશનમાંથી કર્યું હશે, એન્ડ દેટ ઇઝ ઓલ્સો નોટ પાર્ટ ઓફ યોર રેગ્યુલર ઇન્કમ. કોર્પસ ડોનેશનનું ઓફશૂટમાં they've also provided, though most of our NGOs ને કદાચ એ લાગુ નહીં પડશે, deemed corpus donation. They have notified certain temples, mosques, church, gurudwara, which are of national importance. એટલે એવા religious organization ને for maintenance, repairs, કોઈક corpus donation આપે, so that is exempt. It is considered as corpus. They are saying it will be considered as part of 339. Deemed corpus donation, જે religious purpose માટે છે, એ section 340 માં છે. What I'm reading is section 340. પણ એની ઉપર 339 છે, તેનો ભાગરૂપે ગણાઈ જશે deemed corpus ને, એવું નીચે 340 માં જ કહી દીધેલું છે. કોઈને ક્વેશ્ચન્સ હોય તો પ્લીઝ પૂછતા જજો સાથે સાથે. હવે રેગ્યુલર ઇન્કમમાંથી આપણે ખર્ચા કરીએ, કેપિટલ એક્સપેન્ડિચર કરીએ, લોન રીપે કરીએ, કોર્પસ રિફંડ કરીએ, ડીમ્ડ એપ્લિકેશન કરીએ આવતા વર્ષની અંદર, એ બધું મળીને જો મારો ટોટલ એપ્લિકેશન 85% વધારે થઈ જાય તો ધ રિમેનિંગ ઇન્કમ ઇઝ exempt. 15% સુધી I can sort of accumulate. So that is deemed accumulation કહે છે. હવે અહીંયા આગળ they are talking about it as deemed accumulation. કે 15% સુધી you are permitted to, આપણા ઇન્ડિવિજ્યુઅલની અંદર એક્ઝેમ્પશન લિમિટ અત્યારે 2.5 લાખ છે, કે નવી સ્કીમમાં હોય તો 4 લાખ છે, સિનિયર સિટીઝન હોય તો લિમિટ બીજી છે. તે રીતે it is something like an exemption limit for charitable trust. કે તમારા ટોટલ રેગ્યુલર ઇન્કમના 15% સુધી તમારી exempt income. You are permitted to not use that regular income up to 15%. Supposing તમારી 15%થી વધારે deemed accumulation થઈ હોય, ના વાપર્યા હોય, તમે રેગ્યુલર ઇન્કમના 80% જ પૈસા વાપર્યા, તો you have that flexibility કે તમે accumulationનું ફોર્મ ફાઇલ કરો, જે અત્યારે 11(2) માં જૂના એક્ટમાં છે. અહીંયા આગળ accumulation is in 342, section 342. એ 342 ની અંદર તમે ITO ને ફોર્મ ફાઇલ કરો છો, 5 વર્ષ સુધી આ પર્પસ માટે આ ટાઈમ લિમિટની અંદર આ પૈસા હું વાપરીશ, and then you have to use it in the next 5 years. We come to section 345 and 346. Commercial activities by a registered NPO. 345 talks about commercial activities by the upper 6 limbs: relief to poor, education, medical, yoga, environment, monument. ये બધા ને 345 માં આવે છે, if they have any commercial activity. GPU or any other object of general public utility વાળા 346 માં આવે છે. 346 ની અંદર they have given that time limit કે તમારી commercial activity નો વક્રો, આપણે રેગ્યુલર ઇન્કમ ગણવા માટે પ્રોફિટ ગણતા હતા. ક્વેશ્ચન પૂછ્યો તો એને ભૂષણભાઈએ કીધું કે 10 લાખનો ખર્ચો ઇન્કમ હોય ને 8 લાખનો ખર્ચો થયો તો 2 લાખ પ્રોફિટ જ આપણે રેગ્યુલર ઇન્કમમાં લેવાની. અહીંયા આગળ 346 ની અંદર they are saying કે total વક્રો of your commercial activity should not be more than 20% of your gross receipt. એટલે સપોઝિંગ NGOની ટ્રસ્ટની ટોટલ રિસીટ મારી 1 કરોડની છે, તો my revenues from commercial activity under 346 should not be more than 20 lakhs. 20%થી વધારે મારી commercial activityનું પેલું વક્રો ના થવો જોઈએ. That is only if you are in the last limb, advancement of any other object of GPU, general public utility. ઉપરના 6 લિમ્બમાં relief to poor, education, medical, yoga, environment ને monument, એની અંદર there is no restriction. તમારી commercial activity ગમે તેટલો વોલ્યુમ હોઈ શકે છે. થોડુંક એક માઇનર વર્ડનો ડિફરન્સ પણ જે છે બે સેક્શનમાં. ઇન સેક્શન 345A, 345A, they are saying that the commercial activity is incidental to the attainment of the objects. They are using the word incidental. in 346A, incidental શબ્દ નથી વાપરતા. He is saying that the commercial activity undertaken is in the course of actually carrying out the advancement of GPO. એમ બહુ distinct difference હોય કારણ કે they've used different words in the act itself. I'm repeating, 346 ની અંદર they've used the word incidental. Such commercial activity is incidental to the attainment of your objects. આપણે હોસ્પિટલનો દાખલો લીધો, દવાની દુકાનની વાત કરીએ કે દવાની દુકાન is incidental to your main objects. પણ 346 ની અંદર they are saying that commercial activity itself should be undertaken in the course of carrying out your advancement object, any other object. Three 47, 48, 49 procedural section છે. 47 ની અંદર દેશે કે books of accounts તમારે રાખવા compulsory છે. 48 ની અંદર audit કરાવવાનું compulsory છે. 349 ની અંદર income tax return ભરવાનું compulsory છે. Section 350 એની અંદર they have said કે schedule 16 પ્રમાણેના investments જે આપણે બુકલેટ આપી છે એના છેલ્લા 2 પાના જોયા એમાં schedule 16 ની અંદર they have listed out all permissible investments. Once again we need to be careful. Fortunately section 8 company ની અંદર એવું permitted investments ની restriction નથી. Sorry. પણ બોમ્બે પબ્લિક ટ્રસ્ટ એક્ટની અંદર there is a very very small schedule કે એના સિવાય તમારાથી ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ ના કરી શકાય. સો ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ્સ જે છે તે ધ્યાન રાખવાનું. ઓકે, now I come to the last two very main, specified income and accredited income. Please come back to section 337. 10 minutes, Ben. 10 minutes. 337. What is specified income? કઈ ઇન્કમને સ્પેસિફાઈડ ઇન્કમમાં ગણાય? It is not an income ખરેખર. It is your violations જે ઇન્કમના કે ખર્ચાના તમે કર્યા હો એ બધાને તમારે 30% ટેક્સ રેટે ગણવા માટે they are titled as specified income. સૌથી પહેલું anonymous donation તમને મળ્યું હોય, રિલિજિયસ ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશનને પૂરેપૂરું anonymous donation માફ છે, પણ એડ્યુકેશન મેડિકલ સિવાય બીજા બધા જ ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશનને એ લોકોએ 5% ઓફ ટોટલ ડોનેશન અથવા તો 1 લાખ રૂપિયા સુધીની લિમિટ આપી છે, એટલું તમારે માફ છે. બાકીની બધી અનોનમસ ડોનેશન તમારું ટેક્સેબલ થાય છે. 337(1) આવ્યું. 2. બેનિફિટ ફોર એની રિલેટેડ પર્સન. રિલેટેડ પર્સનનું ડેફિનેશન સેક્શન 355માં આપેલા છે. સેક્શન 355 ઇઝ ધ ડેફિનેશન સેક્શન. એટલે રિલેટેડ પર્સન જે હોય સેટલર હોય, relatives or trustees હોય એ બધા રિલેટેડ પર્સન છે. 355F ને 355G એ લોકોને તમે કંઈક બેનિફિટ આપ્યો, સેલેરી આપ્યો કે રેન્ટ આપ્યો હોય, ટ્રસ્ટીનું તમે મકાન વાપરતા હો અને રેન્ટ ચૂકવતા હો તો ઇટ હેઝ ટુ બી કમ્પેન્સેટેડ, ઇટ હેઝ ટુ બી ડિફેન્ડેબલ. અધરવાઇઝ ઇટ ઇઝ અ સ્પેસિફાઈડ ઇન્કમ. એની ઉપર 30% ટેક્સ આવી જશે. એક્સપેન્ડિચર ઇન્કર્ડ આઉટસાઇડ ઇન્ડિયા. મેં તમને પેલું સ્કોલરશિપની ને મેડિકલ ખર્ચાની વાત કરી. ઇફ employee's question, if you are not able to justify, તો પછી it is an expenditure incurred outside India and 30% tax આવે છે. સેક્શન 350 સિવાયનું ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ કર્યું હોય, પરમિટેડ ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ શેડ્યુલ 16 સિવાયની અંદર તમે ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ કર્યું હોય તો the entire investment is subject to 30% tax. બીજે ઠેકાણે આપણે ઇન્કમને ટેક્સ કરવાની વાત કરીએ છીએ, અહીંયા the entire investment is subject to 30% tax. Similar સેક્શન નીચે પણ આવે છે, આઇટમ નંબર 12માં છે. પછી વી કામ આગળના આઇટમ જોઈ લઈએ. ફેર માર્કેટ વેલ્યુ ઓફ એસેટ્સ વિચ ઇઝ બીન, સપોઝિંગ કોઈ મને દાનમાં ગિફ્ટમાં કે એમનું શેર આપ્યા, સોના ઝવેરીજ આપ્યા, ગોલ્ડ સિલ્વર આપ્યું કે શેર્સ ઇક્વિટી શેર્સ આપ્યા વિચ ઇઝ નોટ પરમિટેડ ઇન સેક્શન 16. તો કે કોઈ બિલમાં મૂકતું ગયું તો મારાથી લેવાય કે ના લેવાય? લેવાય ખરા, પણ લઈને મારે આવતા વર્ષની 31 માર્ચ સુધીમાં આઈ હેવ ટુ કન્વર્ટેડ ધેમ ઇન્ટુ સેક્શન 16 ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ્સ. જે બી ગિફ્ટ આવી હોય તો આઈ હેવ ટુ ડિસ્પોઝ ઓફ દેટ ગિફ્ટ ઓર bequeathal એન્ડ કન્વર્ટેડ ઇન્ટુ પરમિટેડ સિક્યોરિટીઝ ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ્સ અંડર શેડ્યુલ 16. બાય 31st માર્ચ ઓફ નેક્સ્ટ યર. એટલે ઇફેક્ટિવલી તમને 12 મહિનાથી વધારે જ મળે છે. સપોઝિંગ 31 માર્ચ 26 પહેલા ફેબ્રુઆરીમાં કોઈ મને પૈસા આપ્યા છે તો મને આ વર્ષની 31 માર્ચ પ્લસ 31 માર્ચ 27 સુધીમાં એ પૈસા મારે પરમિટેડ ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટમાં શિફ્ટ કરી દેવાના. અક્યુમ્યુલેશનમાં જ્યાં જ્યાં વાયોલેશન કર્યું હોય, આઈ એમ કમિંગ બેક ટુ નાવ આઇટમ નંબર 5, 6, 7 ઓનવર્ડ્સ. અક્યુમ્યુલેશન માટે તમે 85% વાપર્યા નથી અને તમે સપોઝિંગ 80% વાપર્યા છે, યુ ફાઇલ અ ફોર્મ વિથ ધ ઇન્કમ ટેક્સ ઓફિસર કે મને આ 5% નથી વાપર્યા, આવતા 5 વર્ષમાં વાપરવાની પરમિશન આપો. આઈટીઓ પરમિશન આપે છે. પણ એ અક્યુમ્યુલેશન કર્યા પછી સપોઝિંગ આઈ યુઝ ઇટ ફોર અ પર્પઝ અધર દેન that which I mentioned in the form. મેં એડ્યુકેશનમાં પર્પઝ લખ્યો અને મેડિકલમાં વાપરી કાઢ્યું હોય તો ઇટ ઇઝ અ વાયોલેશન. એ ઇન્કમ પૂરેપૂરી 30% ટેક્સમાં આવી જાય. એ એક્યુમ્યુલેટ કરેલા પૈસા મારે સેક્શન 350ના શેડ્યુલ 16ના પરમિટેડ ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ્સની અંદર જ ઇન્વેસ્ટ કરવા પડે. એમાં ના ઇન્વેસ્ટ કર્યા હોય તો પાછું 30% ટેક્સ આવી જાય. એ એક્યુમ્યુલેટેડ પૈસા મારે જાતે જ વાપરવાના છે. આઈ કેનોટ ગિવ ઇટ ટુ અનધર ટ્રસ્ટ. ગમે તેટલું સારું ટ્રસ્ટ હોય, મારા કરતાં સારું સુંદર કામ કરતું હોય, મને લાગે કે આ એડ્યુકેશનના પૈસા મેં એક્યુમ્યુલેટ કર્યા છે એના કરતાં તમે સારી રીતે યુઝ કરી શકશો, તમે એડ્યુકેશનમાં જ વાપરો છો, પણ આઈ કેનોટ પાસ ઓન દેટ એક્યુમ્યુલેટેડ ફંડ્સ ટુ અનધર ટ્રસ્ટ. મારે પોતે જ વાપરવા પડે. 5 વર્ષ માટે જ એક્યુમ્યુલેશન પરમિટેડ છે. 5 વર્ષ સુધી મેં ના વાપર્યા અને 6થા વર્ષે વાપર્યા તો નોટ અલાઉડ. વિધિન 5 years પૈસા મારે વાપસ કાઢવા પડે. આ બધા કેસની અંદર એ આખું એક્યુમ્યુલેટેડ ઇન્કમ 30% ટેક્સમાં આવી જાય. બિઝનેસ ઇન્કમ આપણે એમ 5 લાખ ગણી દવાની દુકાનની પ્રોફિટ એ 10 લાખનો ખર્ચો, 5 લાખની 10 લાખની ઇન્કમ, 5 લાખનો ખર્ચો અને 5 લાખનો પ્રોફિટ. અને આઈટીઓ સપોઝિંગ કે ના તમારો પ્રોફિટ 5 લાખની 6 લાખ છે, તો દેટ 1 lakh ઇઝ નોટ પાર્ટ ઓફ રેગ્યુલર ઇન્કમ. આગળ તમે રિટર્ન બતાવ્યા ત્યારે એને રેગ્યુલર ઇન્કમમાં લેવાની છૂટ હતી કે મારો પ્રોફિટ દવાની દુકાનનો 5 લાખ છે એટલે હું રેગ્યુલર ઇન્કમમાં મૂકું છું. પણ આઈટીઓ કે હવે 5 લાખની 6 લાખની તમારી રેગ્યુલર 6 લાખની દવાની દુકાનની ઇન્કમ છે તો એડિશનલ 1 lakh ઇઝ પાર્ટ ઓફ માય સ્પેસિફાઈડ ઇન્કમ. એટલે એની ઉપર 30% ટેક્સ આવી જશે. લાસ્ટ વી કમ ટુ accredited income. 351, section 351. 351, 352 આપણે જોઈને પછી બંધ કરીએ. આમ આગળ બીજું છે પણ આ બે જોઈને બંધ કરીએ. 351. These are titled as specified violations. A, B, C, D, E, F, G સુધી છે. Where the income of the NPO has been applied other than for its objects. શરૂઆતમાં પણ ચેરિટી કમિશનર, ઇન્કમ ટેક્સ કમિશનર બધાએ કહ્યું તમારું ટ્રસ્ટની અંદર ઓબ્જેક્ટ્સ તમારે બાય હાર્ટ જ હોવા જોઈએ. યુ મસ્ટ નો વોટ આર યોર ઓબ્જેક્ટ્સ. એમ પેલું ગ્રે એરિયા હોય તો નહીં જ વાપરવાના કે ભાઈ મારા ઓબ્જેક્ટમાં પડે છે કે નહીં, મને ડાઉટ હોય તો નહીં જ વાપરવાના. ઇફ યોર income is used for object, no matter how good, no matter how noble, બહુ જ સારા કામ માટે વાપર્યા છે પણ હેતુ સિવાય વાપર્યા હોય તો it is a specified violation. If it is used for, again સવારે વાત થઈ, a particular caste, creed, community, judgments ફેવરમાં છે પણ ખરા, પણ 1961 પહેલાનું જો ટ્રસ્ટ ફોર્મ થયું હોય તો કમ્યુનિટી ટ્રસ્ટ આર અલાઉડ. પણ 1961 પછીનું ટ્રસ્ટ હોય તો પેપરમાં, ડોક્યુમેન્ટમાં, ટ્રસ્ટ ડીડમાં તો નહીં જ હોવું જોઈએ, પણ તમારું યુટિલાઇઝેશન ઓલ્સો બી કેરફુલ કે તમે એટલીસ્ટ રિઝનેબલ અમાઉન્ટ અધર દેન યોર પર્ટિક્યુલર કાસ્ટ ક્રીડ કમ્યુનિટીને તમે આપો જ છો. આપણે બધાના જ કમ્યુનિટી ટ્રસ્ટ હોય છે, પટેલના ને પાટીદારના ને જૈનના ને પારસીઓના બધાના ટ્રસ્ટ હોય. એન્ડ જનરલી ધોઝ ટ્રસ્ટ ગીવ એમ્પ્લોય ફોર ધેર ઓન બેનિફિશરીઝ. પણ દેન બી કેરફુલ કે પૂરેપૂરા પૈસા તમારા કમ્યુનિટીના બેનિફિશરી સિવાય બીજાને પણ આપો. Otherwise, specified violation 351 માં આવી જાવ છો. If your activities are not genuine, ટ્રસ્ટ ચેરિટી ઇન્કમ ટેક્સ ઓફિસરને લાગે કે તમારી એક્ટિવિટીઝ કંઈ કારણસર જેન્યુઇન નથી તો સ્પેસિફાઈડ વાયોલેશન. કમ્પ્લાયન્સ ઓફ એની અધર લોઝ, સવારે આ બધી વાત થઈ છે. ઘણા બધા લોઝ આપણને ખબર નથી. મેની NGOs આર વર્કિંગ સે ટ્રાઇબલ એરિયામાં કામ કરતા હોય તો ટ્રાઇબલ લોઝ એપ્લિકેબલ, ફોરેસ્ટમાં કામ કરતા હોય તો ફોરેસ્ટ લોઝ એપ્લિકેબલ. શેડ્યુલ ટ્રાઇબના લોઝ જુદા છે. બ્લાઇન્ડ પીપલ એસોસિએશન ડિઝેબલ માટે વાત કરે છે. ડિઝેબિલિટી એક્ટ આખો જુદો છે. એડ્યુકેશન ને મેડિકલ ફિલ્ડમાં કામ કરતા હોય તે લોકોને સ્ટેટના અને સેન્ટરના એડ્યુકેશન ને મેડિકલના લોઝ જુદા છે. એઝ ઓડિટર્સ વી ડુ નોટ નો કયા લો છે. ટ્રસ્ટીઓની જવાબદારી છે કે પ્લીઝ મેક અ પ્રોપર લિસ્ટ of what are your applicable laws for achieving your objects. Incidentally, નાના law છે. હવે સપોઝિંગ મેં ટ્રાફિક લો વાયોલેટ કર્યો છે, મ્યુનિસિપલ ટેક્સ નથી ભર્યો, those are, I don't think, covered over here. પણ laws which are applicable for achieving your objects specified વાયોલેશનમાં આવી જાય છે ભૂષણભાઈ. આ બધા વાયોલેશન થાય તો તમારું 12A રિજેક્ટ થવા પાત્ર થાય છે. So it is a very serious consequence. If these specified violations listed in 355 જો તમે કરો તો તમારું 12A રિજેક્ટ થશે, કેન્સલ થશે. એન્ડ ઇન કેસ તમારું જો 12A રિજેક્ટ થાય, દિનલભાઈએ કીધું તે રીતે એક્રેડિટેડ ઇન્કમનો ટેક્સ તમને યુ આર અટ્રેક્ટિંગ. યુ આર સબ્જેક્ટ ટુ એક્રેડિટેડ ઇન્કમ. એમાં ખર્ચા કંઈ જ બાદ ના મળે. તમારી એસેટ્સ જે છે એ એસેટ્સનું આજની તારીખે માર્કેટ વેલ્યુ પ્રમાણે તમારે 30-35% ટેક્સ આવી જશે. મેક્સિમમ ટેક્સ પ્લસ એની ઉપર સરચાર્જ ને બધું આવતો હોય તો વિચ ઇઝ વર્ચ્યુઅલી ઇમ્પોસિબલ. ટ્રસ્ટ બંધ જ કરી દેવું પડે. કે આજે સપોઝિંગ કોઈ ટ્રસ્ટનું 12A કેન્સલ થયું હોય અને જૂનું ટ્રસ્ટ હોય, એમ પેલું 20-25 વર્ષ પહેલાં એને મિલકત લીધી હોય કદાચ 20-25 લાખ રૂપિયાની, આજે એની ઓફિસની કે મકાનની વેલ્યુ 5 કરોડ થઈ ગઈ છે. 5 કરોડ રૂપિયાની ઉપર એને 15 દિવસની અંદર 30% ટેક્સ ભરી દેવાના છે. પ્રોપર્ટી વેચતા એને 15 દિવસથી વધારે લાગવાનો છે. હાઉ ઇઝ હી ગોઈંગ ટુ રેઝ ધેટ 30% ટેક્સ? બહુ મિસ્ચિવસ, એટલે બહુ એમ ખરાબ સેક્શન છે 351 ને એના કોન્સિક્વન્સીસ 352માં છે, ટેક્સ ઓન એક્રેડિટેડ ઇન્કમ. સો one has to be very, very clear and careful કે 351ના વાયોલેશન તો થવા જ ના જોઈએ. થાય તો યુ આર વર્ચ્યુઅલી શટિંગ ડાઉન યોર ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશન, એવું થાય છે. એની અંદર દેવ ગિવન આ ટેબલ પ્રમાણે પાછું કે કયા કયા વાયોલેશન્સ. મેં તમને 12A કેન્સલ થાય તો લખ્યું છે, પણ ઇફ યુ હેવ મોડિફાઈડ યોર કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન, બંધારણ તમે ફેરફાર કર્યું, the બંધારણ ઇઝ નોટ એક્સેપ્ટેબલ ટુ ધેમ, કે ઇટ્સ મોડિફાઈડ નોટ ઇન ટર્મ્સ વિથ યોર ઓબ્જેક્ટ્સ, તો તમારું વાયોલેશન થાય છે. If you convert your organization into an organization which is sort of not acceptable, કે તમારું existing educationનું છે તમે બીજા કે હેતુ માટે કન્વર્ટ કરો છો, or you merge your organization with another organization which is not of a charitable nature, or you transfer your assets on dissolution to another organization which is not acceptable, આ બધા જ કેસમાં તમારું એક્રેડિટેડ ઇન્કમનો ટેક્સ એટ્રેક્ટ થાય છે જી. Sorry, time is short, we had to rush. Question answer સેશનમાં I have not covered, પણ ઇન કેસ આ ફોર્મ 10AB ભરવાનું છે, ITR 7 ભરવાનું છે, આ બધા ઇસ્યુઝમાં કોલમ કઈ રીતે ભરવાની, માય કલીગ ચાર્ટર્ડ એકાઉન્ટ અસલમભાઈ અહીંયા બેઠા જ છે. ક્વેશ્ચન આન્સર સેશનમાં મારા કરતાં he will be able to answer better. These are all day to day ફોર્મ ભરવાની requirements, he will be able to answer better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for adding further clarity, depth, and it was truly enriching session with your experience and knowledge. Now I would like to request Vimal ma'am to present memento and speaker to our speakers. Dinal Shah, sir. And Hafiz sir also.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being associated with FCRA.
Now to manage our online session, we will take our next session on understanding newer provision of FCRA by Dr. Sanjay Patra, an experienced professional with a demonstrated history of working in non-profit segment. He is a CA and an expert when it comes to FCRA do and don'ts. Mr. Saurabh will be also there. Mr. Saurabh Majbudar, National Sales Manager, TASC and Institutional Business Segment at Standard Chartered Bank account. So I'll now introduce Saurabh sir to take it forward. Saurabh sir, you can start. It's audible? Sanjay sir. Sanjay sir.
बोल रहा है कि
नहीं नहीं अब आ गया आ गया. So Dr. Patra is here and this is Saurabh Majumdar. I head this TASC. So just for everybody's information, TASC is nothing but all trust, association,
Sir,
society
your
and
audio
clubs.
is not connected. It's not audible. It's a mute, I guess. Saurabh sir, it's a mute. Please unmute it. Yeah.
Can you all hear me now? Am I audible?
can you hear me?
Sir, if you can connect through mobile, we are not. Yeah.
Are you able to hear me?
So Sanjay sir, if you can start
Yeah, can you hear me?
again, sir, you are. Please unmute.
No, it's unmuted.
Yeah. Fine, sir. Now it's audible.
You're audible? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for this opportunity. We have very little time. So basically, I'll be touching upon some key issues.
संजय पात्रा के की सुनाई अच्छे?
Yes, is they able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So I am going to be talking about, one is that this is the time of audit, FCRA audit and return filing. So first thing that I want to talk to you is about certain changes which has taken place in the audit. So in the past, earlier, in the FC4, it required the project or activity-wise reporting. So what are those projects and activities? Address and location. What was the previous balance? How much was received during the year and how much was utilized and what is the closing balance? That is what we were asked to provide the details. So the activity-wise details and project-wise details was required. Now, in the new amendment, the chartered accountant, the auditor, in his or her certificate also has to mention these details, meaning he has to also certify these details. Now, the problem with this is that many times we do not maintain books of account and reporting based on projects or activities. What we do is that we put one amount, whatever we receive, and we utilize on various things and we show the closing balance. But when we do a project-wise or an activity-wise reporting, the challenge comes sometimes in one of the activities. For example, if you show 100 as received, maybe you have utilized 120. which means there could be a negative balance in the activity balance. However, in the overall, there could be a positive balance. So, therefore, all organizations have to be very careful in terms of what activity they are receiving the money for, and they are not exceeding the expenses in that activity. And this FC4 reporting also needs to be aligned to the auditor's report. So auditor has to also certify and provide a certificate on that. So this is one very important issue that all organizations who are FCRA registered and they are in FC4 reporting have to be very careful about. Secondly, the auditor also has to provide a certificate that the FCRA regulations have not been violated. Now it is directly on the auditor to ensure that they are reporting if there is any violation which has taken place. So it is not only the organization but also the auditors, both who are responsible for this particular issue. So this is one thing that one needs to keep in mind and be careful about it, so that the auditors are also safe and the organization also is safe. The second thing that we also would like to be discussing is about subgranting. As you all know that subgranting is not allowed in the FCRA law, which was amended in 2020. However, sometimes organizations, in the name of providing commercial contract, also give amount to other organizations. So here again, the organizations have to be very careful to ensure that any amount that is transferred to another organization on a commercial route is actually commercial and not a garb of subgranting in the form of commercial transfers. So commercial transfers, if you are making, then there has to be a clear invoice, there has to be the taxes, the GST, and there has to be a clear deliverable. All those things have to be kept in mind. One of the most important issue that is coming up is FC asset receipts. Any asset that is created out of foreign contribution has to be, and if there is any income out of that, has to be reported in the FC books of account and bank account. Now here many organizations are having difficulty because they have never reported the receipt of foreign contribution, the receipt from FC assets as foreign contribution. The department has taken a very strong view on this, FCRA department, and they have started even denying renewals, cancelling, or putting heavy penalty on this. Example is, if you are running a training center out of FCRA asset, and if the income is receipts are coming, then that needs to be deposited in the FCRA utilization bank account. Similarly, if you are using, let's say, if you have constructed a school or a hospital out of FC funds, then any receipt should be deposited in FC utilization account. And this, I think, many organizations are not doing, but the department has taken a very hard and a strong view on this issue. So please be very careful while dealing with this issue of assets, FC assets and subsequent receipts. The third thing would be the cash. Cash is a difficult subject because many NGOs argue that we are in a place where there is no other means of payment possible. So in the rural areas, we use cash payment. The law says initially in 2014 when the law came, it said that 20,000 cash payment limit as it was in the income tax. The income tax limit has come down to 10,000 rupees. Unfortunately, the do's and don'ts in the FCRA, maybe we do not know whether it's a typographical error or actually it's a intent of the department. They have said 2,000 rupees. 2,000 rupees of cash withdrawal is not permissible. That's what they are saying. Whatever it is, the income tax law allows up to 10,000 rupees. Beyond 10,000 rupees, the amount, if they spend, then it would be disallowed. So we should not wait for up to 10,000. We can always do. Maximum should be through banking channels. I know there are challenges in that. Probably your banks may have may not be cooperating on that, but that probably Sauravji at the end will be able to explain how it can be done so that the bank payment through the banking channels would be possible. The last thing that I would like to be talking about is the advances, program advances and reimbursements. Many times organizations, they give program advance to the staff and the staff take it and utilize, and then they provide the accounts back to the organization. If those amounts are given in the bank account of the staff, you understand that technically the FC funds have left the organizational accounts and it has gone into somebody's personal account, which is a non-FCRA account. And the FCRA department considers it as a violation. So if it is a violation, then there will be penal provisions will apply. Now you may argue that how can it be possible that we are not able to, how shall we operate and how shall we implement programs? All those issues are valid. However, the law is very clear that FC funds, until it is end utilized, has to remain within the FCRA channels. It cannot go outside of the FCRA channel. And in this case, technically, it is going outside of the FCRA channel. Therefore, it is important that we devise ways and means by which there are direct transfers, direct payments from the organizational account to the beneficiaries or vendors or whoever is there. However, in this will not apply to staff salary advances, for example, because that is part of the fulfillment of their role in the organization. Similarly, travel advance, salary advance, these are some of the advances which can be considered, but not program advance. So these are some of the major issues. Apart from that, I think from a FCRA law point of view, we should be very careful in terms of maintenance of books of account and voucher documentation. Every expense has to be properly, evidence has to be properly given. Secondly, most importantly, the assets, FCRA assets. Asset register has to be maintained and location of the asset has to be there. If you are running vehicles, then vehicle logbook and purpose for which it is utilized, all those things have to be very clearly documented. Likewise, there are many other issues which are important that the FC department looks for. Donor agreement and budgets, for example. If you have utilization certificates you have issued to the donor, that needs to be also kept. Bank statement is very important. Bank reconciliation statements are important. All accounting data, all advances, cash withdrawals, major vendor payments, any related party transaction. If there are any related party transaction which is having a conflict of interest, that also needs to be kept and disclosed. The last thing that I would like to talk to you about is the board members. Board members, if there is a case pending against them or FIR is pending against them, which is basically a prosecution pending, in that case, the department would not renew your FCRA, because if that the law says that if there is a prosecution or if prosecuted or convicted, so it's not about conviction alone, even if there is a prosecution. So your board members have to be very careful. You have to choose the board members, and if there are anyone who has a case pending against them, then it is better that they step down from the organization, from the board of the organization, so that there is no risk to the organization. This is what I wanted to share very briefly, and now it's over.
Let's now continue our journey of learning with the next and final session. an important one, new approaches to CSR. Shri Vijay Mulani, Company Secretary, Gujarat Tea Process and Packers Limited. He has around 15 or more than 15 years of experience in the same subject. So I would now request Vijay Mulani, sir. And to welcome him, I request JT Panchal, sir, to welcome him with the gift of respect. Yeah.
Good afternoon to all of you. I know it's a difficult session for me because all must be waiting for lunch. So I will try to finish as soon as possible, maybe in next 20 minutes or so. Right. First of all, thank you to Blind People Association and Punani ji for inviting me over here to share my views on CSR. It's my privilege and honor to be here at an institution which is itself a benchmark for in terms of professionalism and compliance. So due regards and respect for BPA for that. So straight away we'll go to the presentation. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So CSR, which has started somewhat like a voluntary guidelines and way back in 2009, has become mandatory in 2014. More so, there was a need wherein, India needs to have some mandatory provision for the corporates to contribute for social good. So that's why government has made it mandatory in 2014 when the new Companies Act was enacted. The approach was comply or explain earlier, and which has been now been made stringent in 2021, making it as comply or panel approach. We'll be focusing on how NGO can undertake CSR activities, how they can be taking the activities in a compliant manner. So when NGO can undertake CSR activities, there are certain prerequisites. So NGO must be registered either under Section 8 of Companies Act 2013 or as a public trust or as a society, and they should have registration under Section 12A and also under ATG. This requirement, however, is not applicable for NGOs which are established by central or state government or an entity which has been established under the Act of Parliament or state legislature. To give you an example, like I am Ahmedabad, which is something under a state, central legislature, so they are not required to have this requirement. Having an established track record of at least 3 years in undertaking similar CSR activities. So if a company would like to undertake CSR activities with any NGO, it has to be make sure that they have a track record of at least 3 years. It's not like NGO is formed and they can straight away go for undertaking CSR activities for corporates. So they need to have some work getting done in 3 years. This condition is, however, not applicable for NGOs which are formed by the corporates itself, like the foundation which are corporates now incorporating. This requirement is not applicable. NGO must have registered itself with Ministry of Corporate Affairs by filing Form CSR1. This requirement has been made it mandatory in January 2021 when the amendment was notified, making it effective from April 1, 2021. So any activity which need to be done under CSR, it has to be falling under Schedule 7 of the Companies Act 2013, which covers the broad areas wherein NGO can support corporate in undertaking CSR activities. Now, how NGO can undertake CSR activities in a compliant manner? So first of all, it is important to understand what is CSR. So as per Companies Act, CSR means the activities undertaken by a company in pursuance of its statutory obligation laid down under Section 135 of the Companies Act 2013 in accordance with the provisions contained in the rules. So whatever a company does in a normal course of business, that will not be a CSR. Any activity undertaken by a company outside India, if a corporate would like to have any activity, say in somewhere in Dubai or US, that will cannot be undertaken under CSR. It has to be in India, except for training of Indian sports personnel representing any state or union territory. So if a corporate would like to support any athlete for Olympics or some state level participation, yes, that can be now undertaken under CSR. This has been amendment has been made in 2021, allowing it to support someone who would like to participate in Olympics or state or central level or an international level sports program. Contribution of any amount directly or indirectly to any political party that is not under CSR. Any activities which is specifically for employees, so that will not be CSR. That is not in the spirit of CSR. So CSR says it has to be for a general public. It cannot be exclusively for your own employees. If, for example, employees become the eventual beneficiaries of it, we may consider under CSR, but not purely for employees. Any activity for on sponsorship basis or one-time event, clearly no for such activities to be falling under CSR. So if someone would like to support a marathon, that would not be falling under CSR. Activities carried out for fulfillment of any statutory obligations under any law, that will not be CSR. So when we talked about what is not under CSR, so whatever then apart from that we would like to cover under CSR, provided it is under Schedule 7, that can be under CSR. Which are the companies which are falling under CSR? So any company which is having net worth of 500 crores or more, or turnover of 1,000 crore or more, or net profit of 5 crore or more. So last one is the very lowest limit in which getting applicable to many of the corporates. Maybe the intention is the government would like to have a larger participation of corporates, for CSR activities. So minimum CSR obligation is 2% of net profit of the company as per Section 198. So it is not somewhat you can say a PBT, but there is a mechanism available to find out how we can calculate the net profit in terms of Companies Act, and you have to take a 2% of it for the CSR activities every year. Mode of implementation. So as a corporate, there are 3 different modes available to us. We can do it on our own as a company. We can have kind of partnership with some NGO. We can have NGOs to implement our projects, or maybe we can have our own foundation, or we may collaborate with other foundations or companies who are undertaking CSR activities. Which are the entities eligible for undertaking CSR? So I think this we have already covered, so I would like to skip that. CSR annual action plan. So the major shift which has happened in 2021 is about how we undertake our CSR activities in a planned manner. Because what was happening earlier is people used to do CSR mostly in the month of Feb or March, and which government has realized during the COVID time, wherein the COVID came and there was huge deficit in terms of CSR funds coming in, or maybe many of the funds have been to the Prime Minister Cares Fund or State Relief Fund. So they have made the amendment because the intention is the CSR activity should go on during the entire year. The amount should be spent actually during the entire year. It's not something which should happen at the end of the financial year. So they have made it mandatory that every corporate should prepare a CSR annual action plan for the entire year. The plan should be presented to the CSR committee, which in turn review and then recommend to the board for its approval, because the ultimate authority for approving is for the CSR projects is the board. So this lists out what all need to be covered in the CSR annual action plan. And I feel NGO has the key role here, to support corporates in fulfilling this obligation, because a lot of information, commitment, and compliance satisfaction is required from NGOs. And here is something who is the NGO who can, kind of give that comfort or give that kind of commitment that yes, they can fulfill the timelines. That will be something a preferred partner for the corporates. The another concept which has come up in last few years is regarding the ongoing projects. So government has kind of split the projects in two parts. One is ongoing project and another is other than ongoing project. So you can have any project which is less than 1 year, that can be considered as other than ongoing project, and project which runs more than a year to a maximum of 3 years, that will be considered as ongoing project. So if you undertake ongoing project, then it has to kind of monitor closely, and if there is any change, has to be kind of approved by the audit CSR committee and board. Various milestones as well as any changes also need to be brought to the attention of CSR committee and board. There was also a need for this because the projects were undertaken earlier also, but the timeline was something which seems to be missing. So government also wanted to have some deadline for NGOs as well as the corporates. So if you undertake a long-term project, you make sure that it should happen within a timeline. CSI spending is the most crucial part for any corporate nowadays, because there is a mandate, if we have kind of approved a project in a CSR committee and board, we have to make sure that we spend before the end of the financial year. If we do not spend, then it has to be, in case of ongoing project, we have to transfer to an unspent bank account. That is also within 30 days from the end of financial year. So if we do not do, then there are repercussions which can, impact in terms of regulatory reporting, in terms of in auditors report and directors report, which has more ramification in terms of explanation and why we could not complete that. For other than ongoing project, we have to transfer that amount within 6 months from the end of financial year to a specified funds like PM CARES or PM National Relief Fund, or fund which has been specified by the central government. So these are the panel provision for the company and also the officers in default. Officer, if I would say, is like KMPs, which includes managing director, CEO, CFO, company secretaries. So the penalty is huge now. It's 1/10 of the unspent amount required to be transferred to fund or unspent CSR bank account, or rupees 2 lakh, whichever is less. And on company, it is twice the unspent amount required to be transferred to any fund included in Schedule 7 of the Act, or unspent bank account, as the case may be, or rupees 1 crore, whichever is less. Impact assessment has been made mandatory for the corporates, the larger corporates who are having CSR projects or CSR budget on an average of 10 crores or more, and for the projects which are of at least to the tune of rupees 1 crore, and which have completed at least 1 year before the impact study. How much we can spend is already provided. This also need to be part of the board report. Other points with respect to CSR, the corpus donation, which was earlier covered under CSR, has been discontinued. Administrative overheads on CSR not exceeding 5% of total CSR expenditure of the company for the financial year. However, my view is the limit of 5% is applicable to companies and not to NGOs. This is my personal view. Set off of excess CSR expenditure. This is a big relief for corporates because there are many corporates who are doing excess CSR expenditure and which was earlier not allowed to be set off for next CSR budget, but now it has been allowed. If I do any excess CSR expenditure in this year, it can be allowed to be set off in the subsequent years. International organization can now also be, onboarded for evaluation of CSR projects or program or for capacity building of the personals who are involved in CSR. But yes, they cannot implement the project. What's NGO need to do? So I think prerequisite we have already discussed upon. Project proposal is something which corporate would always like to have a detailed project proposal, who all will be the beneficiaries, what would be the cost of the project, what are the timelines, how they can fulfill that, which are the target beneficiaries or area they want to touch upon. So all this will be important part, and how they will be reporting the progress of the report, which is the most important part in terms of CSR, because CSR committee has to monitor the progress of any CSR project. Timely approach to corporate for CSR support accompanied by concrete CSR proposal. Timely sharing of progress report with corporate. Timely sharing of utilization certificate with corporate, because that is now also become more important because we have to have spending done before 31st March. So we also would like to have the utilization certificate also well within time. Timely sharing of project completion report. When a larger NGO is undertaking CSR activity is also needed, then a dedicated person may be appointed for CSR projects of corporates. So at the last, the relationship between corporates and NGO is more of principal agents. So ultimately is the corporates which are responsible if anything goes wrong. So we have all the more responsibilities. And that's the reason corporates are now looking for partners who are reliable, who are committed, and who can fulfill the timelines in undertaking CSR projects. So that's become more and more important. Increase compliance obligation on corporates. So more and more corporates are now moving towards having a formal agreements with the NGOs, so that understandings are clear and misunderstanding can be avoided, and the objective for which they have partnered with, that can be achieved in a timely manner. So in the conclusion, my view is NGOs which are professionally managed and who are supportive in compliance, they have a long way to go and they can contribute immensely in this process. And the larger objective of having a CSR in a country like India, which is maybe few countries have this provision mandatory, that can be achieved. With this, thank you very much. Thank you for patient listening. If there are any questions, I am happy to address that. Yes, sir, please.
Limit is only applicable for corporates and not for NGOs.
Right.
A lot of NGOs are under that pressure, and their partners, CSR partners, companies are sort of under that wrong impression.
Right.
Second is refund of unutilized funds. If the corporate itself is doing a project, then I think that refund has to go into a separate bank account. If the fund,
yes, sir.
funds have been given to an implementing agency, to an NGO, then the NGO doesn't need to refund that fund to the corporate, if I understand correctly. Please check up, please confirm.
So that's fine. So important part is if it is for ongoing project, then it need to be transferred to a unspent bank account.
That is if the corporate itself is doing it.
If
Yes.
Even if corporate is doing it, if it's an ongoing project, it's a long-term project, then if I could not spend, then I have to transfer to the unspent bank account.
Yes.
So if NGO also does that, the better way of doing is you transfer the funds in breakups, maybe in tranches, so that there is no excess amount. But if happens, then in such case, it has to be now, kind of taken back and it has to be transferred, because that is the obligation which has been put by law, that if there is an unspent amount, it has to be transferred. That is what my personal view is.
clarification is required for that. I think there is a view that if the implementing agency has been given funds, then it is not required to give it back to the corporate. But I stand corrected if you can just check that point again.
I will.
If the corporate itself is doing that project, CSR project, then obviously corporate has to have a separate.
There is a clear, there is no doubt in that.
Yes.
There is no doubt in that.
Think,
From a donation perspective, yes, it can be some dilemma in that. But still, from the law perspective, from the Companies Act, it is very clear if you have unspent money, it has to be transferred.
In case FCRA holder, in that case, the NGO is not able to. The FCRA law doesn't permit me to give it back.
That is something need to be analyzed.
Don't need to refund that unutilized funds to the corporate. Is a reading that I make and a lot of other professors make. Please confirm.
Sure. That I will, sir, see, we can
sorry.
analyze and we can come back to you later.
May I clarify, sir? The situation is very difficult. If the NGO has not spent the money, money will remain with the NGO.
Yeah.
But the corporate has to deposit that money over and above the given to NGO in an escrow account. So corporate has the liability to put that money again in the bank account, in escrow bank account, which has not been spent by the NGOs. That means if you don't spend the money, you're creating a problem for the corporate. They're given you money, which cannot go back, but that much amount they have to put it again in the unspent account and show it spent it next year. The 3 years time is available for spending unspent amount. If you don't spend in 3 years, the money goes to PM relief fund or any whatsoever government fund. So that's a very peculiar condition for the corporate.
Absolutely.
That first they give money to NGO, which did not spend. Now they also put that unspent money again in the escrow account. That's the position, which is a very critical situation. So don't take any money from corporate if you're not able to spend it, because you're creating a problem for the corporate. Thank you.
Anyone has a question?
Hello.
Hi.
Some projects require continue finance for 5 years, for example. So what is the CSR laws?
Now it's clear,
You are
if
right,
you
like the
it's for
maximum-
example, if you take a project now in this year,
Yeah.
the tenure of project could be maximum another 3 years. This year will not be counted and
For
3 years you will
example,
get.
for example, we are running a malnutrition project.
Ah.
So it is required continue finance. So
It's a program, and also it's like every year project, like, right? It's every year activity which you do for supporting the malnutrition program. So it can be a year-wise program. That way, how it can be, planned. Yes, please.
I just wanted to understand one thing, that does companies like corporates have any compulsion about spending their funds in nearby their locality, or like they can sponsor or donate, like for example, I'm based in Ahmedabad, but my majority of work is with Indian Army, and that too in Kashmir and Ladakh under their Operation Sadbhavna and different projects. So does corporates have that kind of
Now we have. Earlier it used to be only, in a nearby locality, but now the horizon has been opened up. Corporates now can undertake CSR activity even, beyond the state in which they are working. So that is now
Okay.
possible.
Because honestly, like in Kashmir and Ladakh, we don't have any kind of, that corporate
right.
funding available where we can support the Indian Army's different.
Corporate also would
projects.
like to see some NGOs who can, definitely undertake that project there, because maybe directly going there maybe not that much possible for many of the corporates.
No, I'm just because their projects will be like supporting for the infrastructure, like for the Army Goodwill schools, they required any bus, or for the civilians, they required any kind of, that's how I just support. So that's way, is it possible that any of the corporate from apart India, they can, means are eligible?
Now it's possible for corporates to take projects, CSR project all over India. That is possible.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mulani, for this wonderful session.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question which is more to do with the companies which have their own foundations.
Okay.
Where they spend, they show that they spend CSR funds. Now, my question is, how stringent is the auditing of these kind of projects? Whether really the money has been spent for the purpose for which it was supposed to be reported.
So I would put it, it is obligation on the board. So you can understand the seriousness with which, the CSR projects need to be undertaken. So internal scrutiny has increased. Government is also focusing more on CSR compliance tracking. So if you see the kind of notices which has been received from the government, it is more on CSR and related party transactions. Because that is something which eye-catching for government. They would also like to track whether corporates are really spending the money. So it's internal as well as the external regulatory authorities are also watching whether it is really happening or not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay sir, for simplifying the subject and enhancing our understanding on this important
pleasure.
subject.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much, sir, once again.
Regarding 12A renewal માં કયું section select કરવાનું છે તે જણાવજો. So regarding 12A renewal.
Hello everyone. So for the 12A renewal, those who are already having regular registration for 5 years. So for those older organization who is having regular registration which is due to be ended in March 26th, so before 6 months, they need to apply by 30th September 25. So they need to register under clause 2. Clause 2.
Okay.
So it is clear? Yeah.
Next question છે કે sale of assets in income in FCRA, how to show this in FC return under activity reports. Sale of assets income in FCRA, how to show this in FC return under the activity reports. So FCRA under ની જે income sell કરી હોય, જે income આવે એ કેવી રીતે activity reports બતાવવાનું છે?
Correct. So over these, reporting of FCRA is annually due is in FC4 form. So while filling up the FC4 form, in the first part, there is coming first interest income, and below that, there is coming any other income. And there are description also. So you need to write any other income and write the description also. What the purpose the income is you have. This is okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I request Dr. Bharat Joshi to present the moment and speaker to Vijay sir. Please come, Vijay sir. Now I request Dr. Bharat Joshi to summarize the session.
Sorry, બહુ time નહીં લઉં. Just summarize all the sessions, and I must appreciate your patience and the. So first session was started by Sri Kaushik Bhai Patel on charity laws, and he highlighted the main thing about the principle of trusteeships. So he gave the example of Gandhian philosophy on trusteeships. Then he also dealt with the Income Tax Act, CSR, Public Trust Act, And then he highlighted now it's a Gujarat Public Trust Act 2017. And he mentioned that the charity is a state subject. So every state has a different law to govern the charity organizations. And he also presented the comparative analysis between the trust, society, and company. And he also highlighted one important thing is about the trust deed. When we draft the trust deed, we should include what should not be included in that. Then under Gujarat Public Trust Act, the maintenance of account, he highlighted that. So we have to be very careful to when we maintain the account. And he also urged the audience that using the software for accounting purpose is advisable now. And he also explained about the 2% or 50,000 rupees and Form 90C, 9C to be prepared carefully when we pay the amount to the charity commissioners. And he also, at the end, he said there are other regulatory requirements for the NGOs. We have to understand the public provident fund, ESI, bonus, gratuity, professional tax, property tax. Including that, I would also mention one thing, which is now because the government of Gujarat has introduced a new notification under the POS. And the POS Act is also applicable to all the charity organization being a NGO. So the internal compliance committee has to be formed and informed to the government. And now C-Box is going to be online where every organization has to register and provide the details of internal compliance committee. So this act we also need to consider as a part of the compliance. And he highlighted that the need of is the skilling of human resources and softwares and sound governance systems. The next session was on the income tax and finance bill. Sri Dinal Shah and Sri Hafiz Dalal sir has shared their views and guided us very well on the Income Tax Act. So the first thing the Dinal sir has highlighted is the improvement in control system and awareness. This is the right approach. We have to control our systems. Corpus donations versus voluntary donation, it was explained. He also highlighted that professionalism is missing in the charity organization that needs to be corrected by the organizations. Then he explained the previous year, assessment year, and now from this year is going to be a tax year. So there will be a one word which is going to be is a tax year. So income tax payer છે લોકો સમજી શકશે કે assessment year અને previous year માં શું તકલીફ પડતી હતી. From this year there is only one word, tax year. Then he also introduced one word under the new bill is a charitable trust regime. This is one regime is going to be introduced and specific provision interpret in a strict manner. So now under the new income tax bill, the specific provision will be interpreted in a very strict manner. So the new term which is we need to understand is a charitable trust regime. He also explained about the incidental profit and income, neither considered as a profit or nor an income of the organization. And registration requirement is given in the table. Regular income, specified income, residual income, and aggregated income. These four type of income, which was very well explained, which is covered under the new Income Tax Act. And registration to the other, he also explained that those organizations who missed the bus in 2021, now they will be allowed to register under the new renewal during the renewal, but they will be given the specified time. Again, he has given the example of incidental income, and this is the burden on the organization to prove about the incidental income, and he has given the example of Navjivan Trust. So they sell the books and the royalty. He has very well explained. Then he also explained the accumulated income for next 5 years. Deem accumulation, the new term he has introduced. Accumulated funds in the prescribed modes. Mutual funds are allowed in the prescribed modes. So corporate funds and earmark funds, he also explained the differences between that. 12A renewal applications, Hazib sir had informed before 31st September, we have to complete the procedures. Commissioner has a power to control and approval. 5 crores and above registration under 12 will be given for 5 years. Others will be granted for the 10 years. dim applications for unutilized funds seeking permission for the next year. Commercial income value has to be mentioned. Permissible investment has to be mentioned. And specified income anonymous donations to the religious institutions. So next session was on the FCRA Act, which was conducted by CSA Sanjay Patra sir and Saurabh Majumdar. They highlighted that sub-granting is not allowed. So NGOs cannot transfer the fund to the other organization. And we have to also explain about the commercial transactions also. So if there is any commercial transaction, the NGO has to keep all the invoices, GST, and should look like the commercial transaction between the two organizations, not the sub-granting. Then also highlighted the FC assets, receipts, income and interest has to be reported in a bank account. So any income from the assets, which has to be deposited in the same FC account, and interest also to be credited in the same account. Then also there was a discussion on the cash withdrawal, and it was advised we should avoid the cash withdrawal, which is not clear weekly, monthly, daily, and yearly. And it's advisable always have a bank transaction. Then FC fund has to be utilized in a very appropriate FCRA channels only, and we should not create our own modes and means to use the FCRA funds. So, and whatever the funds are utilized, we have to keep the evidences also. Then he also explained about the assets registers. We have to maintain the assets register, also provide the locations where is the assets are located. And there was also a point of discussion about the vehicles. When the vehicles are available in the FCRA Act, we have to maintain the proper logbook and the locations of the vehicles. Then we have to be very careful, as they said, the bank statement and bank reconciliation statements has to be properly maintained. Then there was a very important point they discussed about the board members. Any case pending before the board members can create the risk to the organization. So we have to be very careful when we appoint the board members. And also they advise us we should not use the employees' account for FCRA purpose. We should try to avoid that. And they also discussed the new way they did with the Magic Bus, the mobile applications linked to the softwares, and the funds can be transferred to the employees, and it should look like a normal transaction. And then there was a detailed forensic audit discussion. So look, they suggested that it's a forensic audit. They can ask any informations, any interviews, and they can check any documents under this audit. Then there was a presentations by Sri Vijay Mulani on CSR. He explained the journey from the voluntary guidelines to CSR Act and the latest amendment in rules. He also explained about the prerequisites for undertaking CSRs. So registration, 3 years, track record, schedule 7 activities. There are a long list. Then he also explained what activities can be considered as a CSR activities. Then he also explained which companies are covered under CSR, so the net worth and the profit he explained. And then he also highlighted on the 3 modes of implementation of CSR activities. So NGOs, through own foundation, and through direct company. And he mentioned the new changes in CSR into 2021 is a CSR annual action plan. So every company has to prepare a CSR action plan before and present to before the CSR committee. Then there was a presentation on CSR ongoing projects and other than the ongoing projects. So 1 to 3 years considered to be ongoing projects, and 1 year projects are other than ongoing projects. Then there was a presentation. So he mentioned about the CSR pending before the financial year, and then needs to be transferred to the escrow account. Now there is a panel provisions for the corporates also. And there was a discussion on impact assessment is mandatory for projects for more than 1 crore and 10 crore total CSRs of the company. Earlier, it was not allowed to have a setup of excess CSR expenditure, but from now this year onwards, the company can set up the excess CSR expenditure. He also mentioned that international organization cannot implement the projects, but their expertise can be used for the other purposes. And he concluded with the principal and agent relationship in CSR. And now there is an increased compliance of obligation under the CSR corporates. So these are the summary of this project, today's workshop. Thank you so much for your patience and listening to us very carefully. Thank you so much. Yeah. On our request, Standard Chartered Bank agreed to mobilize the experts, say Sandeep Patra sir and Saurabh sir. And now we have the representative from Standard Chartered Bank, Miss Aditi madam. She is available here. Anyone wants to understand more about the transfer of care? She is leaving. Listen. Please you share your cards. Yes, yes. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to come and speak to you all, address you all. First of all, really great thank you, because you all are doing so much for the ground, for the people, for the community, for the society. And we are just trying to, extend a supportive hand, so that whatever you do, at least, from our side, we do it, like through our action, we can reach out the society as well through you. So thank you so much. And I'll share my card. Maybe I'll keep here also. And I'll give you my number as well. Kindly reach out to us and give us an opportunity to serve you as well. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So lunch is waiting for us. So we conclude these sessions and workshops. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you, Dr. Bharat Joshi, sir, for great summary and takeaways. Once again, thank you very much to all the participants. And it was a pleasure to coordinating this session. Now already we are getting late, so definitely will not take much time. And now we'll move forward for the lunch.